myself one. Thanks. Shoot. I don't know what's going on with I'm gonna have to restart this No, I'm still having issues with Thinkorswim. I have to reset that computer. All right, let's do it. Restart. Check 1 2, mic check. The pop and drop. Dun dun. My glasses are clean either. I'm in check 1 2, baby. I think we're trying here. Come on, baby, come on. This on before the show starts. But yeah, one quick second here, guys. I'm running into some technical issues as we start the show this morning. It's more in my, I think it's Thinkorswim, having issues with them past few days. Let's see here. Heck is that? That was odd. Did you hear that ringing? Why am I getting ringing? So bizarre. Just had ringing on my like I don't know what's going on. Yeah. So I don't know if I don't know how immediate this is today. I would assume that I'm going to assume here, well, there's a couple things I'm going to assume. We've got it's a weird news day today. I almost wrote a brief last night and then I didn't. It sounded like I shouldn't say I didn't. I started a brief last night and I canceled it because it sounded so convoluted. It sounded so convoluted because I was looking at the economic calendar last night, and it's kind of a bear's wet dream. Not necessarily for realized volatility, but unrealized volatility. And today's calendar is kind of shit. I almost wrote I wrote the brief 3 times last night, and then I deleted it. What I wanted to say last night was, like, what am I going to do? Write that we've got a 30-year mortgage rates in the morning. We've got Fed diarrhea all morning, and this whole week's been filled with Fed diarrhea, mind you, with messaging to you and I. You've got Moran as now the voice of Trump within the Fed. We've got no data to speak of. The government's shut down. And then we've got some, they got like a bunch of oil and gas stuff crap today. That's not good usually, at least leading up into these reports. Then we've got a 17-week bill auction, not too big. Watch me say that, it means something. But then we do have a 10-year note auction. So like 30-year stuff, then you get 10-year stuff. This is all long end of the curve kind of stuff, or like bond vigilantism, right? The Fed controls short-term rates. But of course, other countries, if they think our debt is out of control, deficit's out of control, or we're in economic warfare with them, can demand more if policy is not in line or they're angry with us, that kind of stuff. Now, that hasn't been the case of late. There was an argument that Europe was no longer buying long-term bonds from the U.S. debt, I should say. That there's a little bit of juggling going on with debt and who's buying it and how it's being paid. Some debt's being paid with gold, which is great. It's actually good for the United States, even though there's an argument that the U.S. reserve currency is going to be replaced. Now, that's not going to happen, by the way. Well, no, not in your lifetime. It's not going to happen. But with all this data this morning, it's kind of a mess, right? And then you get the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m., which typically don't really impact the market. They get blown off quite frequently, the minutes. But because we have no information right now, low information from the federal government, from the White House to some extent, from the Fed, from BLS, you name it, events like this now matter. The other day when we were on the show, they brought Levitt out, and she was used as volatility for the market. So these like Fed chairs are having a say with the market. Any slight hawkishness from the Fed this afternoon, within the FOMC minutes can have an impact. Market needs some kind of volatility, right? And it's some kind of volatility. So that's why we keep turning on these pressers, why we keep turning on Levitt, why we turned on Trump yesterday. And it's also why I think some of what's said by these Fed chairs matters today, when in other days they might not. When you found your source of volatility for the market. So do I know of any one of these data points today that matter? No. You really can't. They need to find some source of volatility out there one way or another. So there is one other thing here that we're going to discuss this morning, and it's just the last rate cut. I think we should spend some time on it because even briefly, because what Jerome says and what Jerome does or what Jerome says and what Jerome is reported on is usually completely two different things. You get a real spin on what he says, a narrative for a trade that has nothing to do with what he actually said. And then, of course, as we get closer, usually we'll get some information or drops on what he actually said is. We'll talk more about that this morning, but we have the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. We have more diarrhea from Fed, little Fed presidents, and then we also have a Fed Chair Powell speech in the morning. Now, I took that cut last time as hawkish from Jerome Powell. Now, we'll talk more about it. Give me like five minutes. I'll bring it up. I'll read it to you and discuss it with you. But I think the idea I think the idea that we're pushing here is you're getting a bunch of cuts, right? I think that's the zeitgeist. We're getting a bunch of cuts. We're going to get at least 2 more cuts. This more, bring the neutral rate down to 0.5 or something like that. We'll talk about it this morning, though. And I don't see that from Jerome. I see a lot of waiting from him. I see the cuts. We did hit our 2% target on PCE, but I don't see it. I see it more as a wait and see kind of a thing. Now, saying all of that, we start cutting in cyclical inflation and things are cheaper, right? The stock market should go up in that case. It's undervalued. We don't have wage stagflation right now. We don't have burning tires in your neighborhood. We don't have bad economic data. So if we are cutting, this market is underpriced, especially into the big bad word that nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to whisper cyclical inflation. Nobody wants to own it. No president, no matter what party they're from, wants to own cyclical inflation. Nobody wants to ever admit to cyclical inflation. As a matter of fact, I would say even Jerome doesn't want to some extent, because he'll talk about monitoring it. The last time he spoke, he kind of lied. I mentioned it during the last rate decision that he blamed inflation on services inflation. No, not on services. Excuse me, on durable goods. And he was telling a small lie to you, small white lie to you. The real insidiousness in inflation right now is in cyclical. And I've told you this before. If you read any books from prior Fed chairs, they have all pondered if they really impact business cycles, economic cycles, inflation, unemployment cycles, or if they blunt it, if they help it, hurt, hinder it. And the jury is still out on that. The jury really is still on it. Moran is making the point that they don't have any impact on that stuff. I think they do blunt it or accelerate it sometimes, or thwart it, or they can try to guide the public policy from the White House or maybe the Senate in the House of Reps and sentiment. Hey, this is happening right now. This is how I should feel about this or think about that or whatever. Can sometimes accelerate that kind of stuff. So give me a few minutes. We'll talk about it more in depth this morning. We're going to look at the market here. Take a peek. So we got that stuff coming up. We've also got some more stuff on Thursday. Got more Fed garbage speaking. We got 15-year mortgage rate tomorrow, 30-year mortgage rate tomorrow. We've got more diarrhea, 30-year bond auction tomorrow. Bond vigilantes. So we got to talk about that too. Like, who impacts this stuff? What impacts this stuff? And what the impact of the Fed's decision making is on cutting rates even further. So let's take a look here. And first thing we're going to look at here is, well, we're above the hourly trigger. That's positive. I'm still long here, by the way, if you want to know. I have not sold yet. So I'm in call spreads. Now we're going to look at the 30-minute velo here. Let me turn that off there. Bring this up. I don't know what is going on here. Come on now. Come on. You can do it. Having some issues here too. So we can bring this up here. Oh, come on. There we go. Bring this up here. think some days it's just not my day. My contractor blew me off today. Kind of not upset at the guy. He had another job he was wrapping up, or they always do. Have another job wrapping up. Come on now. There we go. You know, I like buying dips on these lows down here. But there's a little bit of this right here. And I can see this, like, you got the low, you got the new low, and then there's another low here, right? I don't ever like buying dips. Like right here. See this right here? There's an implication here that you've got this low here, but then you got a new one that's slightly lower, just by a tick. This leaves this, you know, do we have this larger, still corrective move looming in the background here before heading higher? So there is some kind of a trap here. Let's take a look here. Just look at one more thing here. Now, the market is still supportive here. We're not getting those really brutal daily closes just yet. There's still room over here on the left for more up, but at a baseline, so I'm not necessarily bearish here, which we have to talk about too. Let's go over here really quick. Just show you this. I'm not necessarily bearish here, but let's make sure I got this right over here. We'll look at this together. You can see a concerted, what is it? I don't know if it's a concerted effort, but let's look right here. Gonna head back down. This is trend right here. Like super trend down there. You know, whenever we're trying to, or whenever the market's trying to change trend, you'll sometimes see creep early month. A peak right here. There we go. Right down there. You'll sometimes see how this is the 10th right here. This is April 9th, 10th. A little bit of creep in here. You see it? Like creep here, and then you've got this OPEX high. And then an unclench like a so here. And some of this price action is looking like this. Some of this price action right now is kind of looking like it. We can kind of already see there's an attempt here. Here's OPEX, right? Some kind of a like, it looks like an attempt at creep, right? Yesterday on Twitter, I said, every red candle reminds me of spite. Like, you can see it right here, right? You can see distribution in here. And there are spike I call them spike candles. You know, you come up here and it's like, get down, right? You go up here, get down, right? Go, new all-time high, get down. Classic distribution. I don't know if the all-time high is in right now. I don't think that it is. But you have the unclench over here, so you know, let's get us down as far as we possibly can outside of trend. And even if you come up here, we're going to try to whipsaw you back down. There's definitely, without a doubt, some form of you shall not pass going on, right? Some real, like, you shall not pass. And you also have calls being rolled higher currently. And so you got dealers kind of working against you too, right? You got dealers that don't want to print any of that crap until the last possible minute. They would love for us to go down, print your shit up here, and then whipsaw us down. And so you've got the calls being rolled higher. You've got dealers that when you stop buying those calls, they want to fade that trade on you. And you've got some real like spite here, SPITE, and possibly some up and even here. So it's like sell, 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 sell. You get the print that you want without the roll, and then those same sellers are just parked up here, trying to keep you down as a bull, trying to keep the bull down. So we probably need to think about this right here, and then we're also heading into monthly OPEX, and we got like 670 right here, and we're also heading into earnings season. So there's some kind of a want to keep us in here, though I don't know if you're gonna get the unclench you're looking for just yet, unless we're walking past OPEX and earnings start to be more negative, right? You get the banks. Actually, the banks are high flyers. They should set the tone well. But you start looking at big tech and stuff like that, and there could be some kind of an unwind in the future awaiting us. Now, hold on, I gotta go wrong screen. Hold on one second here. Now, saying all that, let's look at this at a little higher pace here, and let's go to. Can we go to the day maybe? So you've got, you've been served kind of a trade, right? Hold on, where's the 17th? Here's the 17th right here. Here's November 1st. We've got October 17th for OPEX. Put that in smaller. $22nd. Got month end. I think this is, if you've seen the there's 680. And if you're looking at April and you're looking for, there's a couple things here. So the first thing would be, this is the September 17th FOMC. That's where those buyers are. They're also right here. And you're going to expect them to jump in to buy this, right? And this is where the corrective move could potentially take place. Hold on one second here. So if I was the bear, hold on a second here. Move this up here for you. Like, you've got to figure there's a bear out there or two, or a seller. If you go on to like FinTwit or anywhere, there's a few things you need to know. If you go on to like Wall Street Bets, everybody's short. You go on to FinTwit, everybody's closeted bear. And right, to some extent, part of that group is rightfully so, wanting a dip to buy, but then there's another portion of that group that wants to see nothing less than death and destruction over here, right? They want to see that. And if they can't get it there, they want to see it in November, right? Now, December's known for volatility, but not necessarily bearishness. They got a window. We have some years where we don't do this. We do in recent history. But that's the thesis, literally. They need a reason. They've made a million of them why that should happen. So you try to seek out what could trigger that. And right now you've got, people say, or not people, but you got spite selling up here, right? No, you shall not pass. And even if you are going to pass, when can you pass? If you're rolling your calls higher, when can you actually pass, right? It's a bigger question. Oh, yeah, keep going up there. Keep going up. God, if we get another all-time high, this is going to piss them off so much. My only point here is this, is that this is going to piss them off. I want you to take a quick peek at this with me here. You're looking over here at this group of buyers right here. And you're just right over there. And then we're starting to get some more information. A little bit more information here. You see this group of buyers right here? And you got that group of buyers right there. You got this group of buyers right here. And they're, yeah, okay, it's party time over here. And then, they're buying right into that Vixpiration, OPEX, unclench. And they're like, no matter what we're doing up here, there's this like trap here for the bulls, right? The age-old, the age-old trappy and the bear, or the bulls over here. So we know that these are the same buyers. I would assume, I'm going to make the assumption that these buyers and these buyers and these buyers and these buyers and these buyers are the same people. And we have risk of a pop and drop this morning. Theoretically. Do a half-back trade, roll it down. But this is the group from down here. This group, they're right here. So we could potentially make a posit that every time we come down here, we buy the dip. Every time we come down here, we buy the dip. And if you don't like that we haven't cleared out October 1st, it don't matter. Come back down here, clear out October 1st, you're going to buy the dip again until it fails. This group here, if they are wrong, if the way is not higher, this group is not, this is not the way higher. Where is the way? It's down, right? They're at least going to check this. And if it ain't here, where is it? It's somewhere down here, right? That's your 40s, that's your 50s. We're trying to close the 50s and 60s, aren't we? Trying to close it, right? And we have also talked about what do you do on the hourly trigger? What do you do on the daily trigger? How many times have I fucking told you out there to follow your rules? Come back to the hourly trigger, or you go under it and regain it again, you buy the dip until it fails. And you put some stops underneath, don't you? We have rules, right? We come down, 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 mark a bottom. And if you get that peak higher, we're going up. At a minimum, we're going to do a 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3. We don't know if we're going to get the last one, but we know the money's in here, right? That's where we are right now, right? The money is in here, right? So this is that group of buyers. We're going to assume that. And you got to think about the whole picture. Is the way higher or is it lower? And yesterday we had Pavlovian dog call buying. So the bigger question here is what? Do we trade this right here and not pop and drop? Maybe we want to pop and drop, but what's the pop and the drop? You know, is the pop and drop actually up here and then down? You clear out your, where's the first right here? You clear out your first over here. And then we actually trade that 680. You get your jackknife down over here. And there they go. So you're just adding here, right? Adding here. And the trade is to what? I'll say it again for you out there if you can't hear me. It's October. It's 680. No, so these are those buyers. You come in, you clear this stuff out, and you trade that 680. There's your actual correction right there. And here's your guys over here. Now here's your, you want your unclench. It's right here. Now these guys know that they want to get as close as possible, right? They're trying for that close as possible. Where are we at right now? So snip a picture of this and put it in your, put this inside of your collection of artwork. And you still got to deal with these guys over here. You know, I want to take you back to something here. I'm going to post this on FinTwit today. You know, you don't see this too often. You do not see too often where there is no corrective move to the weekly trigger. It's just violence on that daily trigger. This went on for January 3rd into February 20th of 1996. No pullbacks, no breaks, no corrections, no nothing. Bye-bye, we're out of here. And even afterwards, you know, you get your seasonal roll over here. Rocket ship again. Rocket ship again. You want to enter a bubble. Rocket ship again. Looks similar, doesn't it? How do you unclench? How do you really unclench? Think about if you were a whale or you're an elephant. Think about economic conditions. Are they deteriorating? Do you see them deteriorating anywhere? I mean, they're getting a little worse, but are they like bad? Do you see your friends all getting divorces right now? Do you see mass unemployment right now? Do you see I don't know. Do you see? I mean, what are we looking for here? Mass unemployment, people losing their homes left and right. I mean, I'm trying to look here to find out what it is. What is it? I don't see it right now. I mean, deteriorating economic conditions at this point could take into December, February. These guys are putting trades on right now for this time period. You're telling me that right now at this moment we're going to crash down here, start this whole thing? I don't know. I'm looking for the reason. I can't find it. SPY now trading 671.80. Take a look at that right there. Come up here, hit this pop, and then drop. Trying to figure out what the reason would be. Hawkish Fed. There's no bad data, right? We ain't got no data. The only thing that I can think of here would be the Fed telling you don't expect another cut. No cuts for you. That's what we're working with. I think that's about it. It's the only thing that I can think of. Sitting on a 4-hour bar. Hang tight 1 second here. One quick second here. I mean, look at this stack in here. That's this group right here, right? This is Monday. This is the best they're hoping for. Right here. What is that? This is the first. I guess you could do this one if you wanted to. But we know who these buyers are now. We know who the buyers were yesterday, this morning. Look at that stack right there. This is what you're hoping for as a seller? What are you hoping for? Jack this down here? To what end? That end? How many times do you have to be told that the way is higher? You need to be bludgeoned, don't you? Hold on a second here. I mean, I'm being serious here. Look at that. What do you think? Do you think we come up here, we come down here, and what do you think is going to happen? You think they're no longer buyers? What do you think? Jackknife down here, and you need something. We need a series of black swans, I think. I think we need a series of black swans. Just look at it. Think about, like, you were putting time together here now. Think about this, right? We're getting days put together, hours put together. Start thinking about this. That's the top, fuck you. Nope, it isn't. That's the top, fuck you. No, it isn't. That's the top, fuck you. Nope, no, it isn't. That's the top, bro. This was Friday, right? Oh, yeah, well, we're doomed now. How about all-time high for you? No, bro, it's down. This doesn't look that bearish to me. What is going on? I got all kinds of beeps going on. Let's look at this one right here. We got 72 yet? Pretty close. Pretty close right here. That one right there. This one right here. And kiss off with that one, right? Now, what else do we need to know here? If you get rolled, what's the rule? You must come back fast. What are we doing this morning? That looks like coming back pretty fast to me. We're not pitter-pattering around here. We didn't reverse down here in the cash market, did we? Does this look like weakness to you? It doesn't to me. Almost there, at a tick right here. There's your tick. There's a sweep down here. Watch out for this one. There's the pop to 672. Almost perfect. 671.96. I said this morning in the Discord. Expect a pop and drop. Looks about right. Woo! Now we want to watch to see if this holds. We'll make this green for right now. If this does hold, it is already 10 o'clock. Okay. That's what I was looking for right there. There's 10. Oh, yeah, baby. New flows. Here's 12. Too easy. Too easy. Squeeze up, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't know about that one. Or if we come down. $10:30. 11 a.m. Whew. Don't worry, I'm already out. I already closed my calls. I closed them right in here. If you're in the Discord, I already told you in there. Not bad. There's your support. Kind of nice to take that down there and up there, just like that. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be like that. Let me put it on an hour. It's a little violent there, a little bit more violent than I want to see there. And then rocket ship. Right up in there's Vixpiration. Or OpEx is on Friday, so right there. Today, that's worst case scenario. We got there 671.96. 4 pennies. These are where the bad guys are up here. If we get an all-time high, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. If we get an all-time high, it's going to piss some people off out there. They're going to go back into retirement for another week or so. Christ. They can't win, can they? There's still a little bit more up here. There's a tiny bit if you look on SPX. 674819. Hey, did Opland go with calls yesterday? There's a couple guys that ran them with me. There were a couple guys. There were at least a few. I thought Opland Group and somebody else did. Oh, fuck yeah, brother. Oh, Og did too. Right on, right on. I can't tell from here where we go. I'm assuming here that these guys are going to come in and just like hammer us. That's what I'm assuming here. I'm not long anymore. I don't want to fuck around with this. These guys are going to try to dick around with us here. I don't like these sellers here at all. Let's see if we can see. Let's go to a day here. If we're missing anything here. I mean, if we went up and traded 680, right? I don't think we can trade it right now, but if we did, people would rage. Tell you, if we did, it would blow out all of their stops. I mean, it would blow out all shorts right now. We're so goddamn close. I mean, this is it right here, right? R1 is 672.18. We start blowing the doors off up here. Let me show it to you this way here. Let's simplify it like this. That's where these guys are right here. We know that sellers are here. There might be a little bit more up here. So sellers are right here. Trading 671.96, 673.36, pretty close. Or at least dealers. I don't know if these are quite sellers. Maybe retail sellers, but I would assume that dealers, this is the no-go line for right now. Man, new intraday high right now, 672.05. This white line is what I've got as top for today. Now I can be wrong. I'm not always right, but this is that white line is 672.05 is what I've got for top. I could be wrong here, of course, but or that's my top for today. We did just pin strike it there. That was an actual pin strike right there. Let me just check some stuff here. I just posted on Twitter, someone handed me the bludgeon. I don't know what to say to these guys. That's so terrible. Yeah, I see him running stops too. They are. God, I should have just stayed long here. I'm already thinking, I'm like, fuck, I should have just stayed long a little bit longer. Should I just get in some calls now, maybe? We start squeezing here. So terrible. It's almost like they're begging for it. It's almost like we just gotta wait for like the moment they stop trying to fucking sell this top, like then we'll roll. Yeah, I should have left it on and I didn't. I feel like we're a little risky here. We do have some stuff coming up this morning. We've got let's see, we have a lot of shit. It's like literally we had the crude oil stuff all coming in right now. Then we've got the 17-week bill auction, 10-year note auction, or 17-week at 11:30. 1 p.m. we get the 10-year note auction. And now just looking at this right here, you got the Fed minutes. How far down can that send us? We can take a jackknife to the downside right now, even on any bad news, and still be on trend. So this is not good. We're not selling down into FOMC minutes either, are we? We'll mark that here for 2 p.m. We got the 10-year at 1. We'll make this one yellow because they like to park us when we get into that. God, I can't even. I'm just thinking right now of there's a lot of top calling going on. We've got a 10-year. Let's put that over here so we're aware of it. And then we've got come on now. We've got a bear pow. Over there, just so you can see it. So you could look at this like this on a smaller time frame. You got bear power right here, so you got, take their stops, take their stops, take their stops, take their stops. I'm kind of rolling here. This could take all morning. R1 target hit. Thanks for that, Uncle JBJ. Everybody's calling the top. Everybody's calling the top. I don't see the top. I see a back test of 650, 660, but I don't see the top. I don't fucking see it. I said that yesterday, right? I've been saying that all week, right? I don't see it. I see 700. I said it to you yesterday again. And I see it fast. I see it in December. I think we should make our trade for February, but I see it in December. I see it on the 31st. I see 680, then I see 695, 700, somewhere in there, 698 maybe. Into the end of the year. I see the year where we don't correct, where we just trade violently up and to the right into December. Maybe some volatility in December. Maybe one small correction in December. But I'll tell you what, it brings up another question. Let's say we hit 700 if we hit 700 in December, I do think we come back and trade 560 again, or excuse me, 650 again. And then do we finally get the correction that we're looking for down to like that 550, 560 area? And that still gives us room to trade from spring into summer of next year. We would need to fail the all-time high in summertime. And that would give us the double bloodbath into the fall and winter of next year. But even so, it's tradable. It's tradable to the downside move into summertime, or like April low or something. I said summer, but I'm like the April low, and then we drift up slowly through the summer, and then we come back to work in September, basically, right? The summer trades just like float back up, fail the all-time high at 700 or something. Somewhere in there. Oh, fuck yeah. TDT, baby. Should I just warn people? I mean, I think I've said this publicly. Do I have to keep telling people that? I'm going to just post it on I'll just post it here. Post it on Twitter. I used David AMS's meme because it was Christmas or related. I don't know if I've made myself clear in that I've said that. I think I've said this in the show enough that I don't know how much more clear I gotta be. Does that mean we trade it today? Fuck no, but yeah, we're on that train right now. Hang tight a second here, guys. Sorry, I've got some stuff going on at my house right now with some fixing issues at my home, and I got doors and windows open and all kinds of stuff right now. I'm freezing my balls off here. We're getting our first taste of fall right now. We had we have a like a Michigan. We've got this fake winter. Like summer will end. We'll get like 2-3 days of really cold weather, and then it cranks hot again. And we get this sweet spot in the fall where the weather is excellent. But this morning, it's starting to feel like October. Jesus. You're adding SGD. I've got 1,000 shares of it. I haven't sold yet. I was up green a little bit there for a minute, but I'm waiting for the turn higher. I want it to trade like $200. I'm holding SGD for a while. I'm assuming for a few years. But I'm not selling it. I'm staying in that trade. Same with Beyond. Beyond for me is more like I'm hoping that they get an M&A. That's what my hope is, but I own FedEx. That shit. The FedEx for my kids. I don't own any Spy or anything right now. I refuse to take any assignments. Just like I got a hedge on them trying to roll right now, and I want to take a nice fat long for February for the top. I want to capture the top if I can. I still haven't decided what it's going to be either. I want like an upside capture, not a limited upside, but I want unlimited upside capture. Keep this up here. little bit of a fade going on. Just see it here. This is called distribution on a smaller frame, but if you've never seen it, it looks like this. Normally get 1, 2, and 3 more. Normally about 3 of them. You know, if we tap that one, it's not good for the bears. Should fade after and into. If you're trying to sell this, there might be one more. You might get this one right here, and then this something like this. Then some kind of a fade. Yeah, I got about 1,000 of them. I got about 1,000 shares. My hope would be the only reason I bought it was because daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger, and if I can make like, you know, a couple $100,000 off that trade, I'll be happy. If it returns to the scene of the crime, yeah. If it does the big bat wing, I think it's better than doing pull tabs at the VFW. $1,000, a little bit more than 1,000. I think it was like I think total I'm in for like 135 or something. I'll look at it right now. Yeah, there's I have gotten burned on these trades. I took one a couple of years ago, and I was stuck in it for like a year. Oh, I think a year. I was stuck in it. I did get out. I was able to get it myself unfucked. It actually went to the pink sheets. But I did get caught in one a few years. I was like 2 years ago, I think. It's just so cheap. It's like I lose $1,000 3 times a day. Maybe not 3 times a day, but you know, I take a losing trade on $1,000 fairly frequently. Enough that $1,000 is not a lot of money. I like the idea of the daily trigger cranking it. I looked the company up. The company is doing fine. My only fear that I had with the company is that they could be attempting to take it private. But when they came back into compliance with NASDAQ, I was like, most companies that are trying to go private, they won't come back into compliance. So they seem like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. That they want to be a publicly traded company on NASDAQ. There's a, you know, like, it's not always the case where everyone wants to go to the pink sheets or everyone wants to go private. There's a little bit of, you know, and I got a ring on, my company's listed in NASDAQ. So I think if they hadn't gone through the delisting process and came back, I probably wouldn't have taken the trade. But when I read that, I was like, that's enough for me. I've been in those trades already where they go into probation and they never get out of it. So you can kind of tell already that there's no effort to be compliant with NASDAQ. But I'm not trying to sell it even at $5. I want to hold it for 200. Maybe not 200. I think the high on it was 200. Like, yeah, I was like, I said to myself, if it goes there, can I control myself from selling it? I don't know that yet. I would assume that if I was up 50K or something, I'd probably fucking try to sell it and go on vacation, buy some Cristal or something, and it's possible that would happen. Pay for a group trip possibly would be nice. You know what I mean? Take everybody out for the weekend with some dinner and some champers and stuff like that. Yeah, don't even look at it. You just don't even look at it. We'll just check back every once in a while. Don't stare at it every day. Just hold on to it. Someone else will tell you. They'll be like, dude, that shit's up $200. They're gonna tell you. They're gonna come back and tap you on the shoulder. You don't even need to put an alert. They'll just let you know. Right? Exactly. They're not a bad company. They're doing fine. They've got an ER coming up too, so I'm excited about all that too. They're like right in the bottom of the shit, and They got that daily trigger crossing up, and I'm just like, and they've put together, I think, 1 or 2 great ER seasons, and they're no longer begging for money. If they do beg for money, though, again, I'll be pissed off. I'm not gonna lie, because they're showing pretty decent revs right now. They're showing nice earnings right now. If they do that, I might cut out. Back in the day, I used to trade shit like that, and I'd listen in on the ERs. I'd contact the main offices and talk to people. I'd bug the fuck out of these companies, but I don't do that shit anymore all the time. Whatever you do, just don't drink the Kool-Aid. Don't fall into the stock twits trap with that company. Just let it ride. Don't look at it. The expectation is that it goes to zero. I think that's the other part of this, is that you have to like expect it to go to fucking zero. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. That was a nice little fucking trade. I'm pretty happy about that trade this morning. God, I hated doing that brief yesterday on the show at the end of the day. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I did that brief yesterday, like the pre-mark or the pre-brief into the close yesterday, I was like, fuck, I don't want to tell these guys this. Because it's saying we're gonna go up into at least into today. The way was not lower overnight. And it kind of sucks saying that to people because you want it. I mean, I want it to go down too. Don't get me wrong. I would love to trade anything down in 650 land, 660 land. Anything down like, and that's kind of the thesis here is, if you do send it down there, they're going to scoop the fuck out of it, right? Like, what do you get to unclench to go down there is the first question, right? That's the first big question. How do you unclench to get down there? And there's not a ton of news. And even if you do go down there, what is going to happen? Unless you change sentiment. I mean, like, the world is on fire or something, you're going to find buyers down there. Unless you change sentiment. Like the world's on fire. I kid you not. Do you think if we trade 650 or 660, that there aren't going to be a bunch of buyers down there? It's like Pavlov's dog. It's like, you're giving me that? I think you'd see everybody and their sister out buying. Right now. Like I wouldn't say that in like February or December 30th or something like that. But like right now where we are in the market, time of year we're in, what's your real expectation? You got people saying this is the top. And I'm like, I need a reason for it being the top. I need like a sentiment shift, a hard data shift. The only thing that I can think of, the only fucking thing I can think of would be a hawkish Jerome Powell. That's it. I can't think of anything else. You could take the trade back, pricing in higher inflation. Bond vigilantes, maybe. I don't know where I see it. Deficit. These guys are spending like crazy. And right now, they're not spending. You got Trump out there right now screaming in public to who? The bond vigilantes? Government's shut down. We're not spending any money. Oh, by the way, furloughed worker, you're not getting nothing. Who is he saying that to? It's got to be something to do with debt, right? Debt, deficit, spending. It's got to be, he's speaking to somebody. It looks like he's playing the stock market, right? The bond market right now. Watch this down here. Remember, you get the upside down W here, right? The bat wing, the low down here. Inverse bat wing. We'll leave this over here for... We're putting in more hours here, too. Let me just check this really quick. See if we plugged in another hour in here or not. Nope, same one's still there. Looking for one more high here. Uncle JBJ, you're saying tariffs being ruled illegal? I've heard that argument before. I hope they're not ruled illegal. You know, I gotta say, I don't like. I do not like. I'll be honest with you guys. I do not like how we're doing things. But I don't know the whole story. There's a lot that's not made public. I don't know if we're doing some things because people like comfort. You know, other countries like comfort. Our country likes comfort. Your own family does, right? You're like, hey, honey, can you stop doing this? And you're like, hey, honey, I'm being serious. I don't like this. And like the third time, you're like, hey, this really means something to me. I don't ask for a lot. And then all of a sudden, you're like, you know, you get kind of mad, right? You know, I raise kids, right? I raise daughters. I never ever hit my kids. And I don't yell at my children. And what I've always learned was that the less you do, the less you have to do. You know, so if daddy ever raises his voice, kids know that I mean it. So like I don't theoretically agree with everything that's being done. Well, not theoretically. I don't like how everything's being done, but I don't, of course, have the entire story to make these things happen. And some things I don't like, but I don't know. Like I don't know the pros and cons of some of this stuff. I know that Gore, was it Gore, I think, or Obama, I think it was Gore, removed more people, and especially with the increase in rate of people in the world. Gore removed more illegal immigrants out of this country, I think, than even Trump has at this point. But he did it quietly, right? Carried a quiet stick, right? And got it done. I don't like that there isn't a path for illegals to come into our country. There should be a path, an easy path. I don't like people working in the darkness in this country. It's not right. But of course, I don't like how we're doing it either. But not everything that Trump is doing wasn't done by other Democratic presidents either. You know, they were doing it differently. And I don't know the whole story. I don't think you and I and everybody else knows the whole story either. But like tariffs being ruled unconstitutional, I hope that they're not. I'll be honest with you. We're so far behind. And no, I don't want to be. I don't want China running the world. I'm sorry. I apologize to you out there, but fuck no. I do not want an oligarchy dictatorship running the fucking world. Period. I want the free world. I want Western civilization running the world. So, no. My answer is no to that. I'll say that publicly. And I'm a Democrat. I think it's fine to be a Democrat and still have those thoughts and feelings and all that kind of stuff. They try to separate all of us for like what our politics are and stuff like that. But when it comes to tariffs, I hope that they're not ruled illegal. And I don't think that they're going to be. If you look at factory builds, here, we'll just do it together. Hold on here. I'll just show you guys something. Hang tight here. I'll just show you. So when you're thinking this is political, it's not. We get so caught up in politics in this country, it blows my mind. And we get pigeonholed and you're this or you're that or whatever, but the reality is a lot different. You know, I really want to ask you out there something. I want you to look here. This is 2008. Well, first thing I want to show you is this. I've had people on this show say to me, the worst time for you to start a business is in a recession. And that is just fucking false. When you come into a recession or a major recession or depression, there's an opportunity for you to capitalize upon other people's misfortune. We go through these things called economic and business cycles in a capitalist society. And you wash out people that fucked around. When you see people that drive the $130,000 truck, or you see people that overextend their credit, or they don't reinvest the free money when it's free, we're not in contraction, we flush people out of our system. We also flush people out of our system when they get sick, cut their leg off, they get a divorce, they get laid off, they get old. Part of the capitalist system. So you can see a little bump in here of what? New industrial building construction. Not old, new. You can see it right here. I have a very close friend of mine that I grew up with when I was a teenager. He became an adult, and he had just sold a house to buy another house. He had about $150,000 on his name is Mark. Mark B, if you are watching this show, I know that I do this. He lives in Las Vegas, Nevada. And he had about $150K in here. And his deal fell through. It was during the turmoil of the housing crisis. The deal fell through. He had a bunch of cash on him. He was kind of in the lurch. His wife was scared. His kids were upset. He had 2 young children, beautiful wife. And what he did was he found $1 million home. And they just wanted cash. The banks were like, cash, cash, cash. We need money. Calling in loans on people left and right. He gave them $150K and he got the house. That house is now worth millions. He's done very well for himself in that situation. Right time, right place. Now, don't think about this right here. I want you to think about modern presidencies. I want you to think about the discussion that was going on in here, 2010, 2012, and we're kind of in trend in here, right? But we kind of lose trend too. Kind of lose trend. Like right in there. You can kind of see it, right? Kind of a shitty line, but you kind of see the back test over here and then a ramp, right? This is 2016. You know, when people with power and money make or discuss big things, it's usually like one person's thinking about this, another person's comes around, they start talking, they get together with their buddies. You're like, well, this is happening and that's happening. We just went through the age of the internet. Hey, bro, I'm a VC, and everybody that I know is saying that they're doing this AI shit. They're doing robotics and machine learning and all this other stuff. And we're getting hammered by China with IP theft and with this subterfuge. They're building islands and they're pressing down on other countries around them. These are conversations that people have. And you got to remember that these people are making these decisions probably in here. Discussions, decisions. And then sometime in here, we start ramping. This is like 2017, 2018, right? And I mean fucking ramping. And through all of these different presidents, whether they were Democrat, Republican, it didn't matter. These are people with power, money. And they're saying, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And you see the policies coming out of all of these presidents. You see maybe a little bit of we're going to tinker with this one and that one, but no modern fucking president has gone back and said, you know what, I don't like what that guy was doing, or I don't like his politics. Maybe one's doing it nicely and one's doing it mean. But then we get into COVID. We get into COVID here, and what do we find out? Well, if you shut the world down, the U.S. is fucked. You got people running around stores trying to steal all the toilet paper that's made in the United States, I think. You get absurd reactions, right? But if you recall during COVID, if you went to, say, Sports Authority, I remember going there. I went there during COVID, went to the physical store, and the shelves were filled with shit no one buys. It was all yoga outfits. A bunch of apparel, I bet, that was sitting in a warehouse in New Jersey. So the shelves looked full and the store looked like it was real, but in fact it wasn't. There's a bunch of backstock shit that nobody wanted. It wasn't filled with a bunch of new shit. It wasn't filled with breadth. And that was kind of like the hammer on the nail. The writing's on the wall. And so when you look what happened afterwards, we went vertical. When you see something like this right here in factory builds, that ain't no joke. That's not normal. And there's no talk about that, is there? No one wants to talk about that. So when you hear like tariffs are going to be ruled illegal, I don't know. Whoever the fuck these guys are over here, more than likely ain't doing this thinking that we're going to have the same trade agreements that we used to have. And they waited for this to happen before, turning on the big meanie. Not only that, too, This is manufacturers' new orders for machinery. And if you just look quickly over here, a little bit of a dip over here, but it's cranking again. So first you got to build the factories, and then you have to build the machinery. And you got to think about the amount of time. You got to think about the amount of time it takes for this stuff to happen. You know, this isn't like Bob and Susie deciding to build an addition on their home, and Bob gets sick or Susie gets sick and it fails. These are the real power. These are big banks funding all of this in the background quietly while you and I are fighting each other in public. I don't like you because of this, and you don't like you because of that, and I'm pigeonholing you for that and this, and you must be this and you must be that. Meanwhile, while we're trying to wring each other's necks out, there's a whole orchestra going on. And I don't think, from what I recall, inside of COVID, you guys didn't like that. You guys didn't like closure. You guys didn't like shortages. And it looks to me like they're trying to solve that issue to some extent for a multitude of reasons. One, more than likely, they don't need, what they're promising is that you're not going to need humans for that manufacturing, or limited, or they need humans to work on the machinery or that kind of stuff, right? The human side of that stuff. Looks like war. That looks like war to me. When you're building infrastructure like that, we're either going to redefine what trade is, or if we went to war, we don't need their manufacturing. We don't need any more IP theft. And we're probably betting on what? Yeah, you might be smarter, have more smarter people, but we've got more serendipity here in the U.S. They call it American exceptionalism. That's what it's called. Because theoretically, we're free, right? Theoretically, you can come to the United States, where you can be born here. And the thesis is that you can do whatever you want. And if you come up with some cool ass shit, even if it's weird, someone might take a shine to you. You know, I want to talk to you about something. We're going to interrupt this program for just a minute. I want to talk to you about something. In the United States of America, when this country was founded, the first universities in this country were founded upon religious freedom. In Europe, right? Come to the United States, and we made institutions so that Americans could proselytize to people. That's true. And the people that went to those universities, this was like Harvard. People that attended those universities were attending religious freedom in their eyes. They usually had some wealth because they don't have to work the farm, right? I'm going to send Johnny over there to Harvard. He's going to proselytize. I'm mispronouncing that right now, but to my flock, or my father's flock. That's how it began in this country. And then we started to create state schools all over the country. Texas A&M, agricultural manufacturing. So those state schools were for the other people, right? We're in the United States entering our first industrial revolution, and we need educated people to work in agriculture and in manufacturing. So we create a public state school system in our country. As we enter into the second industrial revolution, we start to make breakthroughs in science. We start to come up with what? Vaccines and stuff, right? We need what? Doctors. We go into a couple wars. We can't have that many people dying like we did in Civil War. We start training doctors. So we create public institutions. John Hopkins, MIT. So now you've got this system in the United States, right? You've got schools for the elite, wealthy. You got schools for engineers, Texas A&M. And then you've got schools for doctors, right? Scientists. And the system is good. It's based on merit for the engineering schools and for the doctor's schools. It's based on wealth for these original institutions in our country. Harvard. I go to Yale. My father is wealthy. My mother is wealthy. And those institutions in particular, you know, my dad and my granddad, my great-grandma, my great-great-grandma, they help keep those institutions alive and running, right? We give it an endowment for a building over there. We're going to call it James Hall. And I'll keep the money flowing because you took my son in, who's not quite the smartest guy in the world. But I've got wealth. Now, somewhere along the line, something changed. All these institutions, not quite the medical institutions or the engineering institutions, the state-run institutions, but the wealthy institutions said, we love this money. And you can actually see it today. You'll see a smart kid. I've got a 1600. I've got an ACT test of 5 million, or whatever. It's not that. It's like 29 or something. I don't know what it is, but anymore. But I was lead this and lead that, captain of the football team. But I'm going to be going to the family practice as a doctor, or as an attorney, or as an engineer, a scientist. Harvard doesn't want that kid. Harvard doesn't want the kid that's going to follow his dad and be a scientist for fucking Lockheed Martin. That guy's going to go, or that gal's going to go work 20 years, have a wife, 2 kids. He's going to make decent money. He might send $1,000 every holiday for Harvard. But that's not what this country has become, has it? All these elite institutions, they don't want that student. They want the student that doesn't feel comfortable with that course in life. the student that, they're not going to go work in a cubicle or in an office or in a lab. They're dreaming of something bigger and better. That student. And why do those institutions, not all of them, but like the Harvards and the MITs and the this and the that, why are they looking for that student? And if I take 100 kids that get a 1,600 on their SATs, they're all going to go get a normal life and normal job. If I take 100 students that might not be fucking filthy, rich, wealthy, but have big plans, I'm going to do this, I'm going to invent that, I'm going to do this, we're going to make this better. More than likely, I'm going to, as Harvard, take in those, very wealthy kids, and I'm going to take a shot on those 100 kids that might do something awesome. If half of those kids, a quarter of those kids do something awesome, they're going to bring prestige to my institution, and they more than likely are going to dump a ton of money into my school. Now, you might not like that. That's why we have like VCs. That's why we have PE money. Those people take shots on a lot of different ideas, right? They're like, I'm going to fund that and fund this and fund that. What if it fails? I don't care. I just need 1 out of 10 to win. And you see that today in our institutions. You see it all the time. And that is why we are here and where we are. We're the greatest nation in this world because of that transition as a nation to where we want to make the best of this and the best of that and be the leader of this and the leader of that. And we have countries that steal that shit from us. So I don't know how we transition to allowing. Here's your third one right here. 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5 right there. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. But I'm sure than shit know that the theft of American exceptionalism is not okay, and it's dangerous. And when somebody is competing with us enough to where they start to eclipse us, it's time to be worried. Ding, took that one out. Woo. All-time high, baby. Here we go. I wish I had stayed in those fucking calls. God damn. So, we can disagree, and we're all plebs here. We are. We're plebs, but we can fight about a lot of stuff, and we can be, astroturfed and manipulated. SPY trading 672.66. Whew. We can argue about a lot of stuff out there, but when I show you stuff like that, I do question if tariffs will be ruled illegal. And even if they are ruled illegal, that path is set in fucking stone. So one way or another, we're getting there. Whether it's a nice guy telling you or a bad guy telling you, these guys are on a track that they don't give a fuck about you and I, what we want. And our country is set up for that. Our country is set up for exceptionalism and for making breakthroughs and for solving cancer and solving this and solving that. And people come to our country for that. And I think that is what makes us unique as a country. going off today, aren't I? Getting so much trouble. That's it. I ain't watching that guy anymore. Just pissed me off. I don't want to hear that shit. No, I don't agree how we're doing this. I think there's better ways of doing it. I think that could be a good lesson for Democrats. I'll be honest with you. You can win, but instead we're all eating each other. And then you got the scrambling to the top with the people with the power and the money. You know what I mean? Across the board. So, I don't see that. I don't see us moving back from the course that we're on. So if we're not going to change the course that we're on, the bigger question is, how much pain will there be as we go there? And I think that's the bigger question. Is there pain? How bad is the pain? Are there landmines? I think even Moran said that. He's like, there's a lot of risk for what we're doing here. There's a lot of danger built into what we're doing. As we change our economy, as we potentially change our government, which I think that we're on the wrong course for that too. But that's me. I vote. I've got children. I can talk to them and say it should be like this and like that. You should have a say and all that kind of stuff. You have agency as an American. But that's for me and my family. That's my Main Street hat. It's different. As far as my Wall Street hat, I don't think this fucking boat is changing course. And I think the sooner that you get used to it and just look closely at the data, it does not suggest that we're changing course. So you kind of have to look at where is the danger. And I don't think it's in tariffs. I think it's in other things. Probably war of some kind, whether that's hot or cold or something like that. Because they're going to be pissed. They're already pissed. You know that, right? They're fucking angry. I'm talking about China. That's what I'm talking about. And a little bit of Russia. Like Russia wants to, there's culture and society has always wanted to be an empire, right? And I can understand that. I can respect it. I can respect that China wants to do what it wants to do. Just like I'm saying, you don't count the U.S. out. Don't count Europe out. Don't count Canada out. Don't count Mexico out. Don't count South America out. Do not count the West out. And do not mistaken the pain that we're going to go through as a society along the way for weakness. We've seen that in the past, haven't we? We saw that in World War I. We saw that in World War II. Mistaking isolationism for weakness. Too far away, they're across the pond. Those were big mistakes for Japan and for the Axis powers and Russia as well, right? Russia and Germany. We were the logistical machine for Russia. I'm on a tear today. I'm just showing you the facts that no one talks about. No one talks about this stuff. News doesn't talk about it. They're not going to tell you we're going to do this. They're not telling you and I. It's not for our purview. You have to dig up the data that shows it. You literally only have to put down fucking Twitter, put down the newspaper, and go find the data. The data tells a different story than what we're told. And I don't know if we're successful or not. I just know that, you know, if you speak to those guys, man, they're not done. They're not going to just be like, oh, sorry, this is what we're going to do. Here's all of our shit. Have fun with it. It's not how it goes. So bad. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this fucking barbecue sauce thing, and I don't know why, but it's got me. 11:33 right now. 17-week auction just came out. We now next have the 10-year auction note at 1. There's the park right there. This is just to get you prepped for it. Watch out for some kind of a fade into this or that's what they want to see, right? Excuse me. I got to put the squeeze music on, don't I? Okay, hold on here. I'll put the squeeze music on. What are we going to play for the squeeze music? I know. Ooh, baby. Ooh. Do you know what that's worth? God, I gotta sit here and listen to this guy go on fucking diatribes all day long, and then he puts me in trades. We've got 12 p.m. flows coming up next. Remember that we've got 10-year gang over here. Usually when we have these big auctions, they're a big bear trade. We don't know yet if we're going to get dragged and sucked down into it, or if we're going to do a little bit more squeeze in here and then fade into it. What am I trying to do here? Hold on. I got to get some music going here. What I used to remember or my rule usually is that we fade into them and then dump, but I have seen a squeeze into them to dump. My normal rule is sideways and down into them. If they're a bad auction, bloodbath. If it's not a bloodbath, we still do the unrealized volatility downside move and then move higher. They'll erase typically that upside move quickly afterwards. Within the first half an hour or so, we go back to our regular scheduled programming. You want me to explain that better to you guys? So as a rule, it's not every time, but as a rule, normally into these auctions, that's why I tagged this yellow line right here. That last half an hour will fade into. Now we're at 12 o'clock. We don't know if we come in here and start fading it here, but we might get a pop and then drop. So let's say you come in like 12 o'clock flows, right? Pop and then drop and fade. This is typical as a rule. If the auction is terrible, bloodbath. If the auction is good, sideways. If the auction is really good, like an A, like an anti-constant A or something, we still usually fade into them, pop, and then we'll come right back down into trend. They're usually a source of downside volatility on an up day, historically. Now, we're not quite there yet. We've got till 12. We'll get new flows at 12 p.m. We'll find out what they are. Oh, God. Spoon is trading 672.86 right now. If you have not put on a you might want to take some off here. If you have not put a hedge on the market yet, we're trading 672.90. $100%. Green Vegas knows about this. Green Vegas knows about what I'm talking about here. I'm trying to explain the. There's another green bar right there. Here, I got to go over to the pro channel. What the fuck is going on the pro channel? Where the fuck's the pro channel? I have a hard time. I'm like trying to watch a trade right now while I'm trying to chat here. I'm in a trade right now, and I'm trying to get into the pro chat to talk to a guy. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck's the pro chat at? Where's the pro trading pit at? And go hang out with the pro traders. Any guys in the pro chat right now? Pro trader pit? Nice. Thanks, Demigod. What's up, brother? What up, Night Rider? Fuck you, Night Trader. What are you doing? What up, Exhilarated? So I'm gonna talk to you guys about a few things here. So I'm gonna type it and not talk about it on the show. Yes. What up, Aloha Hapalolo? Mr. TOS, what's going on? Purple Tom, what up? Night Trader 2000, Tippy, what's going on? Super Gal, what's up, baby? Nick, what's going on? I gotta switch between these two. Okay, ready? So here's our PT2 again right here. Okay. Our target is this 6,800 right here. Okay. Now, when we break above, this is 6,750 right here, right? So when we break above this, this is a source of resistance, right? Now we don't know if we're going to trade this or not, do we? We don't know, do we? We know that there's sellers here. We know that there's sellers here, right? I'm just going to show this to you really quick here. And I want you to look at this closely here. So watch this with me here, okay? You know, I call them spike candles, right? So I think these look like spike candles to me. So anger, right? This doesn't look like bearishness to me. It just looks like spite. I mean, I don't know any other way to describe it. This could be dealers too, right? They don't want to print this stuff until they're worthless. So every time we're coming up here, what is this price action? It's probably people rolling higher, right? So remember, we've got traders rolling their calls higher. They stop rolling them higher. Roll their calls higher. They stop rolling them higher. Rolling their calls higher, right? Now, the moment that they stop rolling their calls, dealers are gonna try to murder them. Now, that doesn't mean we cannot trade this right now. But I got some rules, don't I? We talk about these in the show all the time, don't I? So if we get up here, I'm expecting a roll here, right? We get up here, we're above this 6,750. We can make some simple rules, can't we? We can make some simple rules, can't we? And we can probably think about some stuff, right? So let's do some critical thinking here, right? So at home, I want you to snap a line on 6750. If you're a pro trader. If you're a pro trader watching this right now, I'm in the pro room with you right now. If you're a pro trader, you've got a new high above a source of resistance. So this is yellow. I shouldn't make that green. It's yellow. Right? Resistance, inflection points, resistance, inflection points, resistance, inflection points. We also have 6750. We know there's anger up here. I mean, you got Marco, right? Marco's from GS. He's like, fuck you, we're not going up there. Marco said that the top was in, didn't he? He said that the stock market crash was in October or something, right? I mean, you got some people out there selling you some big ohm. These are Wall Street's best. So we have some rules here, don't we? What can we find out? We know that the 1 minute trigger broke us above 6750. We know that if price stays above the 1 minute trigger, we're bullish, right? Up. We probably, knowing that there's spite back here, we probably need to hold what? The hourly trigger. The half an hour trigger. So our half hour trigger is here. Our hourly trigger is here. Last time we came back up here, what happened? We back tested couldn't find a dip to buy, right? Broke our rules, goes all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way down here. Captain Jim James said, buy the dip. Now, this is not on the hourly trigger, is it? I said, buy the dip here. I said, I wouldn't trust it, though. There's no edge. This is the close over here. 1600. There's no edge. There's no 85% of the time this prints. We can come in here and pop straight down, right? Go up. We can come in here, pop up, and go down and clear out the first of the month, right? So there's no edge, is there? There's no edge. So then we wake up this morning and we bounce up here, right? Oops. I want to say this is 72 right here, right? This is SPY 672. So we said we could probably trade 670 into supply, 672. This is SPX, but and expect some sellers in here, right? Either because we're on a zero or because the zero is here, right? The 5 is here. So 672, you're expecting sell side, right? That hasn't happened yet, has it? Not quite yet. It's happening right now, but. So if you're like, well, how do I buy the dip in here, Cap? We use our rules, don't we? If we're going to trade up here and trade this now, we're looking for a couple things, aren't we? We're looking for the high above 675.0. And then we're looking for a new high, right? But this is where FOMO lives, isn't it? And we're probably looking for some help with momentum. That could be the 5-minute trigger coming up, the half-hour trigger, the hourly trigger. So even if we got that high and that new high, you're still going to need some help, right? Try to get us up here, right? Or we putt around, and then those things come up here, and we can take that trade, right? So sharp correction or sideways correction, right? One or the other, time or price. Now, I told you something else yesterday, didn't I? So let's go above and look. Get rid of all this. This is for specifically for what's his name? Where's Exuberate? Where's he at? Is he here? Am I in the wrong chat again? What am I doing here? Hold on, I'm missing Exhilarated. So here's another example here of us breaking underneath. Exhilarated, if you're out there, I want you to listen to this if you could, bro. So this is like yesterday. So do you see how there's no edge in here? So if you break above the hourly trigger and backtest it successfully, and the hourly trigger is underneath you, there is an edge there. There's always like the fear of missing out. But when you get caught in stuff like this, it's a nightmare. It's the stuff of nightmare fuel. So let's go back and look over here where we are right now. So we're underneath, aren't we? This is just like that prior example, right? There's no edge here. Now, of course, on this show, I get asked, do you think that's bottom? And I go, yeah, it probably is. And I go, I'm going to put some risk on here, but you probably shouldn't. I don't want you to wake up on Wednesday morning and be down here, right? There's no edge there. Now, there is an edge on a back test. So if we break above here, we back tested, we back tested, we back tested. There's an edge there. But the trade's not dead. So even though we're squeezing up here, and let's say we even break above, get a new all-time high, we make that new high, we come back down, there's your hourly trigger. And let's say you make that big move down here and we bounce, we break our prior high. We get the 1 in 5 minute trigger down there. That's a very good trade with an edge. And you have the half-hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger. That's an edge. Momentum's on your side. So when we see stuff like this, price action like this, this invokes like FOMO. Even for me, it invokes FOMO. But if this had gone down to the downside, everybody would be angry, right? So you're looking for the trade setups that are consistently an edge. You have an edge. And so now that we're above here, now that we're above and you get the back test and all that stuff, what happens usually? Usually what happens? So here's one where we went down, right? In this case, we didn't have an edge, or in this case, we knew already we don't have an edge, right? We're down there, we're down there, we're down there, we're down there. We actually come back up here and we backtest. So let's mark that right there. And you're like, oh my God, I got to make all that money up here, right? And they slam it back down on you. But we have a confirmation that we're going to go higher, right? We got the back test over here. We're good to go. Fear of missing out's raging over here. I got eaten alive over here. And then what happens, though, in this nice back test? Pretty good, right? Up, down, back test, up. That's 2. Tried to shake us loose there. Boom, up. No new low. Up, up. Up, 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 up. And now we're coming into this you shall not pass. Okay, send us back down, send us back down, send us back down. So are we done here? I don't know. The only thing that I know is that if we can establish ourselves up here, make a new high, come back down, grab this bad boy right here, probably rocket ship up here, right? So I want to be a little bit patient. I want to follow my rules, and I want to wait for a back test, literally. And I already know there's spite sellers over here. I know these guys are angry. They're pissed off, right? So just right here, these 3 highs right here. They're angry. Remember, I got out right here. This is where Cappy got out. I'm back in long again right now, trying to fight for scraping for pennies. So what am I scraping pennies for right here? Scrape pennies for just about right here, right? And I'm looking for a back test. That's what I'm looking for. Now, will I get that back test? I don't know. I may or may not. There we go right there. That's the original buy. I bet that it's somewhere in here. You know, this starts trucking up here. You're back testing down here. Let's say I don't get the back test. And this stuff's racing higher. If it gets close enough and we're holding up here, we're making new highs, I might just get long for that trade up, right? And just let that propel me. It's kind of bullish here, right? We can see, though, what happened here, right? Up, blast it down, right? Up, blast it down. Up, blast it down, held. Up, blast it down, held. But just note this. Look at how many times we've come back to this. Back to it. 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 Oh, didn't hold. No signal. All the way down. So there's a fair chance at some point I'm going to get a back test, right? Fair chance, right? Fair chance. And if I don't get the back test, there is a fair chance also of what? Parking price right here, and then this goes up enough that instigation right there is enough for me to go, maybe I should get long right here. We start ramping. So back tests are normal. The bigger question here is, do we lose? Or the bigger question here is like fear of missing out, or I missed the trade, or I'm too afraid to get long. I think even this morning I said we should pop and drop 60. I think I said 670 to 672. So did you buy that dip? Did you buy that dip to 672? And now we're kind of a little long in the tooth here. You know, you didn't buy that. You didn't buy this. Did you buy this? Last little bit. Just a little long in the tooth. I don't ever like buying this stuff unless I'm willing to lose it or I've already made money down here. So let's say I did not take this long. I did not hold for this. And then I just get a long right here. This may go up, but there's a lot of danger, isn't there? So I get caught up in here. Now I'm all banged up. I missed this because I'm scared. I missed this because I'm thinking the pop and drop is here. And now we've squeezed. So for most of you out there, most of you, we're now above the hourly trigger. And on any back tests, I would be looking for a chance to get long. So we bounce back to the hourly half-hour trigger, make a new high, get in there, and I'm long. And there is edge in that. There is edge in that. And I just showed you a shit ton of examples of it. So it's not always about the number of trades that you take. It's not always about the FOMO. It's not always even about hindsight trading. When you look back on hindsight trading, say, hey, why didn't I take this trade? I have a small account. This could have failed on me. That's okay. One of the killers of traders is not seeing that there's no edge in this trade. And being more consistent in their trading and not caring about outcomes in non-edge trades. So once we do this, get the new high, back test right here. If we make that bounce and we make that, we break past that first high, we get long. So fewer trades, edge on your side. And you got to remember, this is duration. You're trading for weeks and months and years. And when this does fail on you, this can really eat you alive, can't it? I mean, I'm guilty of it. My worst trading is always never following the rules. Whenever I stop following the rules, I get eaten alive. I might get lucky. So in this whole thing right here, let's go back down and look at this bottom right. And I'm saying, yeah, we're going to roll down here. Maybe I'm wrong. What do I need for me to trade this up here? I need to see a nice new high, another high, and I need to probably see for me, 1 minute or 5 minutes, hourly, half hour, providing that support if we're going to hold 6750. I probably need that. And I don't mind chasing this, but if I do chase it, I can tell you right now that these fucks right here are going to take a chance at it. These fucks took a chance at it right there, and I would think that they're going to at least attempt to sell that. There's some asshole out there that's looking at that right now, some seller. He's like, I'm going to fucking sell the fuck out of that right there. Go up there, I dare you. So this guy right here is, he did it here. Marco, whoever the fuck it is. He's going to try. Now, I don't know if he's successful. We'll just label this Marco. We'll make it a 40 over here. He's my new favorite friend. He's on my shit list. He's been on my shit list for like 4 weeks now. But this is Marco. Hi, Marco. Hold on a minute here. I'll show you who he is. That fucking guy. Whenever I think about accounts like that, I think they create bullshit accounts and they run these like market crash accounts. Like I don't know if that's actually Marco or not. But that's my new favorite friend. Smartest guys in the room. So For me at least, I think that these guys are going to come in and try to sell. At minimum, they're going to come in and try to swing. Hold on a second here. I might have to get out of this trade. Pretty close to it. Not making any more money here. I don't like 1230 at all. Maybe I'll just put a stop. So I like the idea of this. Whether that's the half-hour trigger down there, even just a 5-minute over here, I like the idea of this. And even if I get left behind, like even if we like, oh my God, it's just going to go vertical now. Yeah, S&P 500 is going vertical. It's never coming back. I know. I think by following those rules, I think it's better living as a trader. Now, as far as like where bottoms are and stuff, if we break underneath the hourly trigger, it's the same shit. It's like, I don't think yesterday's buying the bottom held an edge for today. I think it helps you if we get back onto the hourly trigger, back tested. I think that is where your hedge is. Not even think. There are white papers done about this stuff. So here, let me explain something to you guys here. Hold on. Let me show you guys something in the Pro room. All right, I'll do it later. We'll do this. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to put some information in there for you, but you want to think about when you have edge and when you don't. Like hindsight trading is one of the most fucked up things in the world. Fear and FOMO are part of that, and not or new things that don't normally work. Using those in your future trading. Well, it worked that time. It should work again. Doesn't really cut the mustard. You want to have a basis for, does this work 60% of the time, 75% of the time, 85% of the time? And is there edge in this or not? And you start making these rules, and when you're making these rules and you're refining them and refining them and refining them, you find that you have more wins than losses, and you're in the green more than you're in the red. And whenever I start breaking my rules, I start going into the red. I might have a win, or I might have like yeah, I did this moments where I'm breaking my rules, but they tend not to work out over time. And I'll be the first to admit that to you, that they don't. So let's look at the market again on SPY in particular. And well, let's look at this bottom right here. So we're up here. Look at SPX, right? This is 6750. If we follow our rules, we are looking for back tests of the half an hour and hourly trigger. So our base case is right here. Now let's say we don't get down to this hourly trigger in the half an hour, but it's racing higher, racing higher. It's racing higher. It's racing higher, right? We have bear crosses and bull crosses, right? We got bear plane. We got a bull plane, right? We know what those are, right? It's a bear plane. 1 minute crossing a 5 minute. You can get bear planes on the hourly and the daily. You can get bull planes and bear planes on the daily and weekly, right? On any time frame, you can get those bull planes and bear planes, is my point. So let's say we are going to go up. We're not going to go down to the hourly or the half hour or the hourly trigger. What we'll be looking for, though, so we're above 6750. We know that. We can sit in here and park, can't we? Actually go down here, go down here, go down here, right? If we make that new high, so you got the high and then the new high, even if the half an hour isn't up here, I'd probably take that long. You'd probably get a thing where you'd get a bull plane, right? So you get something like this here. Something like this, right? The bear plane starts and then it unfucks itself. And all of a sudden you're back to a bull plane, right? I can get long with some risk here. That works for me. I got a prior high, I got a new high, I got a bull plane. Maybe I don't need the half an hour on the hourly trigger. That's possible. If I begin to lose that 1 and 5 minute trigger, though, I probably need to put some stops on, right? So that 1 and 5 minute trigger is pretty key, isn't it? And I got to think about the guys that are back here, right? So this guy pumped it up right here. This guy pumped it up right here. This guy, this asshole right here. Can't really lose this, can I? Can't really lose this, can I? So I got my marked high. Consolidate. You get the 1 minute trigger down here, the 5 minute trigger up there. Wham, wham. Okay, let's do it. But in most cases, even if we were to do this, squeeze it up, still likely going to come back down to that half hour trigger. Right in there. So this half hour trigger starts coming up. Down, 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 make a new high. Yay. Up and over. Meanwhile, I got cut up in here, got banged in here, got messed up. I made a 20 cents or something back down in here, and I still should have waited for that back test of the half an hour trigger. In most cases, what you never see is something like this. Very rarely. Not once a day, not once every 3 days, not once every fucking 5 days. Not enough for an edge. Most of the time, there's, the break higher, new high, chase that for a minute, come back down, hit that shit right there, and then we're rocket ship. So you need that momentum behind you. The way is higher. And I got that momentum with me now. Goddamn Marco over here trying to sell this shit down. It's like, even if you get this up here, you get that little pop. More than likely, it's coming down for you to buy over here. And this is the one that goes Rampo-Rama. Here's where the edge is right here. Or intraday, this is where the edge is. We're not quite in that 4-hour candle yet. Just check it again. Now we are in the new 4-hour candle. So we can erase all of this down here and still be bullish. So intraday still be bullish that far down. Pretty deep, right? 671, 669. 15 minutes here stacked. This is trend, uptrend right here. This is by the dip right here. Flows come in until 1:30 in the afternoon. Mark this down, 10 a.m. to 11:30. Your next set of flows are at 12 p.m. to 1:30. Sometimes in the middle of the day, we get auctions or data. Those are generally considered as bearish as a rule. They're used for places of cooling the market, slowing the market down. Now, if we were in a downtrend, they can be used for uptrend. The market does not go straight up. The fucking market does not go straight down. So we need volatility of some kind. It's why we pay attention, believe it or not, to the 10-year. I don't think we actually pay attention to the 10-year because it's sucking money out of the stock market. I don't. I gave up on that bullshit years ago. And it's just a source of providing relief. I kid you not. I really don't believe that stuff. I know some of you guys do, but I don't. So if we get flows into 1:30, historically, 12 to 1:30, whether that's down or up, we know that today at 12 p.m., what happened? There's 12 o'clock. The flows, we got the squeeze. But we don't know if we're going up. That is nice. We got the new high on that. We got source of volatility at 1:30. Volatility, unrealized volatility, not realized volatility, unrealized volatility. You're going to expect at least something like this, right? Realized volatility would be a bad auction down there, right? So you go a little bit of risk off into these events. We got a 10-year auction at 1. Okay. Go a little bit of risk off in here. If the auction, if Andy Constant, I think Andy's back. I think I heard today or yesterday that Andy Constant's back on public. So Andy Constant gives you an A. This is your unrealized volatility. And then let's say we go up into 130 for a new high. There's your all-time high. There's your source of supply. And it comes right back down again. I shit you not. Now, let's say that the auction is bad. We're a little bit risk off into this, right? You get a bad auction, says unrealized volatility. Quick rip. Oh, shit. It's Andy Constant comes out and says it's a D. Oh, well, fuck me. I should have waited until Cap said, you know what I mean? So there's no edge here for you as a trader, in my view. Let's say we get a good auction. So you come up in here, 12 o'clock, right? You're down here into the auction. So you go all the way down here. We get a great auction. It's an A. You get an anti-constant A. You still have supply right here. Your boy Marco's hanging out right here. Someone's like, I gotta go tell Marco that Jim James is shitting on him. I got a new toy. There he is right there. What's Marco gonna do to you? He's still gonna unload on your ass, isn't he? Come on now. You gonna give him that much credit? So way down here again, right? Here's the hour you need to watch. There's your hourly trigger, half-hour trigger. We don't know if we're going to blast through, but I got a spot down there, just like yesterday. Well, I got another spot down here, don't I? And I got another spot down here, don't I? All ready for you, for us to trade. So if we get a bad auction, we start looking lower. If we get a good auction, we start looking lower again. The market goes up and it goes down. It goes up and it goes down. Now, I want you to think about this down here. I want you to think about this new 4-hour candle, too. Let's go back and look at what we just drew here. Here's a 4-hour. What can we lose and still be okay? Right here. The 1 hour. We can lose all of this. Hold this, and then we're bullish. That's the bullish 4-hour candle, isn't it? So this candle becomes bullish down here where the hour and half-hour trigger is. You see how it's sweeping up? The 4-hour candle for bullishness, do you see how it's there? When you backtest that successfully, it's bullish with a new high. Look at it. We can't erase more than 80% of this candle. And this will tell you if we do or don't, won't it? If we're down here bouncing and not giving up this 80%, the hourly and the half hour is telling you long. You ever get a 4-hour candle that pops, comes all the way back down to the depths of hell, in that same 4 hour and then rips again. And even when we're trading this, we say, we're going to watch out in here. That's an inside candle for the next 4 hour, isn't it? God damn, I'm good. Look at that shit. Damn. So goddamn fucking hot and sexy over there. Goddamn bears out there right fucking now trying to sell this shit down into 1 p.m. Goddamn fucking bears. Fucking hate these fucking bears. Never goddamn ending fucking hit and run artists. Andy Constant's out there right now. Fucking sell. He's like, fuck Jim James. I love you, Andy, if you're out there, by the way. That Marco guy can go fuck off right now. Him and his, what has he got, a CNBC shit on his thing? Fuck is that? CNBC, NASDAQ. He's got a pink shirt, popped collar on it. What is he, one of those finance bros from New York City? Wait until I'm in New York, they're going to find me out in the fucking streets. There's that fucking Jim James. Beat his ass. Give me the cocaine. I'll get my street bro my street bro muscles going. I just heard he was back on socials. I didn't read it or anything. I was just someone I'd been told. I've been accused of being one of the I've been accused of being one of his antagonizers. I love Andy. I love him a ton. I got no he said I called him out once and I didn't. He like thought I was saying something to him specifically and I wasn't. And then of course I fucking fed into it and was like, yeah, it is you, Andy, or something stupid like that, but it wasn't. You know, because it gets so fucking emotional. And I get it. I get it. I get it. Everybody gets emotional. I get emotional. I get angry. And when I lose in a trade, I'm fucking pissy about it. I'm not happy about it at all. And you shouldn't be either. If you're a trader, I'm going to assume here that if you're watching my fucking show that I'm going to make some assumptions here. You're Bobby Badass somewhere in your life. I don't care if you actually win or not. But in your own mind, you're Bobby Badass. You might be a doctor, an engineer, an attorney. You might be a landscaper. And maybe your boss doesn't see what you do as kick-ass, but you are kick-ass. Maybe your boss is abusing you. I'm going to assume in your life, you're a fucking winner. I'm going to assume that even if you're on a losing team, you're a fucking winner. I'm going to assume that if you're downtrodden, your wife hates you, your husband hates you, your boyfriend hates you, your boss hates you, you got a bad shake in life. You didn't get to have the education you wanted. You went to tech school and you're mad now. You got a job in an office somewhere and your fucking boss told you didn't meet the metrics, so fuck you and your 5-cent raise. You didn't get it. They can't squeeze 5 pennies off for you. But you are a winner. I'm being serious here. You're a smart motherfucker. That's what you think about yourself. That's what I think about myself. I never fucking give up. Ever. Ever. And when you don't give up, bad shit happens, right? You got to walk through valleys of dog shit at times in your life. You got to walk through fear, doubts, insecurities, and sometimes you take hits. Bad shit happens to good people. But you're not a fucking quitter. I'm being serious in this, and I know they make memes about that shit, but in your real life, you're likely very successful, or you're not a fucking quitter. Now, I'll tell you a quick story here. When I was in the Army, there were some key moments when I was in the Army. There's a key moments where you realize who's tough and who isn't. And you're like, I think that guy's tougher than me. And then in the reality, you find out that they're not. The guy that looks tough is not always tough. And sometimes the guy you wouldn't pick is tough. And, you know, when I was in the Army, you'd have like HQ. And HQ battalion was normally filled with people, they want to go see their fucking girlfriends or their boyfriends at home. They didn't keep fighting. They held. They fell back. But when you start looking at like your first, second, third platoons, they're like, or a battalion if you're in a brigade, they're normally your go-getters. If you see bad shit ahead, there's people that will fall back. There's people that'll hold. And there are people that will be the fucking tip of the spear and they go forward. And those motherfuckers are badasses. Now, those motherfuckers, that group of people is small, and that group of people usually gets smaller and smaller over time until you're the last guy there. And it's your fucking time to go home one way or another. But that group of people are unique. And those are the people that are successful in life one way or another, or they gave it their all and they lost. And I think a lot of that applies to the stock market. So when you're thinking about FOMO or fear, and if you're not that person, you can become that person. People that are those people, they have no FOMO. They just know what they have to do. And the people that are like that too, when there's fear, they don't run. They calculate the risk that they have ahead of them, and they look for the edge for them to survive or to win, and they take that shot. So you got to become that person in the stock market too. And if you're not that person, I don't know if you'll make it. So you got to try to become that person. You got to try to find the edge. You got to try to find anything to help you win. Because everything in this fucking market wants to eat you alive. Marco wants to eat you alive. The street wants to eat you alive. A lot of retail want to eat you alive. This market is built to take your money. That's what this fucking market's about. Take all your money away from you. Separate it from you at every fucking turn. So when you feel FOMO and you're like, well, I just want to chase that shit up there. Don't. Let it come to you. Let yourself have an edge. Step out of the way of volatility that's unrealized when it's coming, especially when you're told it's there. There's so much information you don't have. So the information that you do have, you use to your advantage. So if you want to go up there, you want to charge that fucking hill and live, you prepare for it. There's a good chance you're not coming back. If you're fighting for your life, if you're fighting for your wife and your husband or your kids, or yourself, or for the next pile of cocaine, the fast car, the house, you got to prepare. And you want everything on your fucking side so that you win. And you do not worry about what other people are doing. You do not worry about the hero. You do not worry about the dumb fuck. You do not worry about the people that you left behind or the people that held. You do what you need to do so that you come out the other side and you're still alive, or you're wealthy, or you have the job, or you kept the wife and kids, the dog or the cat, or the pile of cocaine. And some people do come away with those things. Those are the people that planned. Those are the people that practiced. Those are the people that didn't chase the FOMO, didn't get fearful, or manage those things. And so that's my job here with you. My job is to teach you how to not be fearful, how to measure your risk, when to be greedy, when to step out of the way. Ten-year auction coming up at 10:53. Oh God. I love my fucking job. I do. And every day we'll do this. Do this every single day. Last week I spent some time on FinTwit. And I was chatting with some people that I don't get to talk to frequently. I don't get a chance on it anymore to really interact with too many people. And especially old school friends that I have. And these guys, I don't see them in the chats here. I think they watch me on Twitter. And I was chatting with some people last week on FinTwit, and they were like, I had DMs and private side conversations, and a few of these DMs were, hey man, I just want you to know that I really appreciate your show. I watch it, dude. I know we don't chat anymore, but I watch it, and you taught me a lot of shit. And I think that's some badass shit. I really do. I think if they can, even if they hate me on Twitter, they probably still use these things in their regular trading every day. And they've told me that. My friends I've had since I got on, when I left Wall Street Bets and went to Twitter, they're like, dude, you know, and you guys have seen me grow alongside you. You know, as the years have passed, I've become a better trader. That's what happens when you trade every day. So we're growing together too. And these are fucking hard and fast fucking rules that work. And if you ask anybody that's known me on Twitter for the last 5 or 6 years, they'll tell you the same fucking thing. These things are proven to work. And if they change it, they haven't since fucking 1890s, but if they do, we will adjust. Because guess what? We don't give up. And a lot of us are fucking smart as fuck, right? You know, like Scott Vol Wiz. He's a smart motherfucker. Podcast trader, smart motherfucker. Vol Signals, smart motherfucker. Gamma Lab guy, smart motherfucker. David AMS, smart motherfucker. Binky, smart motherfucker. Winky, smart motherfucker. John L, smart motherfucker. I keep those friends in my life. I ain't the smartest motherfucker out there. So if something starts changing, I want those guys to say something. Or if I see something changing, hey man, have you noticed something different's happening? Have you noticed this? We talk. I talk to all those fucking guys. Have you noticed this is going on? Have you noticed that's going on? Have you noticed this is going on? Are you adjusting for this? Are you adjusting for that? You get enough of those fucking guys together, all of a sudden you're, what? You're Alpha Company, aren't you? You're Bravo Company, Charlie Company. You ain't Delta. And you ain't HQ, are you? You're the bad motherfuckers. You're the tip of the fucking spear. And I'll tell you what, that tip of the fucking spear is not one man or woman. It's usually a company of men and women. And they're badasses. So stick around. We're going to listen in for this.
One minute to go now to give you the one issued yield for the 10-year note.
I got to find Andy Constant. Where the fuck is he?
10 seconds.
Thought I saw him around. Oh, shit. Can't find him.
4.114% for the 10-year when issued.
Thought Andy Constant came back on. Maybe I missed that. Oh, there he is. He is back.
Just waiting on the rest of the data now.
I found him. I got his thing here. I'm on his handle right now.
High yield of 4.117%, bid cover 2.48. So the US selling $39 billion 10-year notes and awards 78.38% of bids and high. Primary dealers take 9.09%, direct 24.1%, and indirect 66.8%.
That's pretty good. U.S. 10-year bid to cut
0.3 base points.
2.48 was the actual forecast. Was 2.65. It's actually lower. That's good. Well, it's good for markets. The yield was actually no. Well, it's mixed bag. Yield actual 4.117. Forecast was 4.003.
At financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Isn't that one big?
I don't see a post from him.
Come on, people.
Oh, yeah, baby. We got it. He gave it a C. Mixed bag. Got to get Andy back into the swing of things. Who's Andy? There's his. It's at Damped Spring. He's a Bridgewater guy. Parlay piece. Yeah, this doesn't help, does it? It's not bad though. It's not a D. I'll take a C over a D. Let's say mixed bag.
Yield on 10-year Treasury notes pair decline after auction, last down 1 base point at around 4.117%.
Not off. Prepare for Christmas tree shortage across America as major importer warns of holiday goods shortages. We have Christmas trees dying where I live. Watch that one right there. This is the one we got to hold right here. The half-hour trigger is coming up right now. See you right there. Rebecca Chong is bullish now. Okay. Hang tight here, guys. I gotta look at something. There is still a fucking roll in here. I want to get short really quick here. Let's check this really quick. It's rolling. There's still a roll hiding in here. Wednesday, 2 days, 662. $42 fucking. These fucking puts are bid. Ugh. There's like no fucking reason. Goddamn put for Friday is fucking 42 cents for 662. Like, do they just not want you to buy puts? Fucking 10 points down, 42 cents. Those fucking things should be like 5 fucking cents. It's like they're forcing you to buy calls. No, they're 43 cents now. Jump to present. Yeah, I'm looking at 662 Ps for Friday. They're fucking expensive as fuck? Their bid, or in my view, they should be worth way less. 42 fucking cents. The volume's kind of low. Open interest 15,000 pieces. I ain't buying them. I fucking refuse. And this just makes us want to go higher. No wonder everybody's buying goddamn calls. There's no fucking point in buying a put here. There's literally no goddamn reason. Yeah, doggone it, I'm with you. There's no point. There's no goddamn point. Unless maybe you rip their faces off and then you can buy them for cheap. Let me just check this VIX real quick. Fucking VIX is like we're bid on this shit. It says VIX 9 days right at the bottom here. But that doesn't mean if VIX starts cranking and we start cranking higher, we start squeezing balls off, VIX will run too higher. I've been watching this line right here for some time, this $13.11. Oh, you guys thought we were crashing here, huh? Well, that fucking VIX right there was moving too. These fuckers are looking for a crash. See that shit? Look at that. Fucking whole market's on edge here. That's not cheap. It's implying that we're gonna do spot up, vol up, or roll hard. That's what it's implying. It's implying like either some kind of spot up, vol up, or if the way is not lower and the way is higher, that's spot up, vol. That means vertical. I still see the rolls, so I don't know. I don't know the answer here. Let me just check something here. Oh, I still haven't checked this, so I want to check it. Hold on. Anyone seen us going vertical? Or am I the only one? Or am I fucking losing my mind here? It's possible I'm losing my mind. That spot up, vol up shit is real right now, right where we are. What is this right here? Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I'm not the only person thinking that. This just came out like right now. Yeah, there's There's a chance of like a spot up vol up here. I gotta check Nomura's white papers really quick. See what the fuck he's saying, or Quant is saying here, or Celebrity Quant. Does he see that or no? Am I the only one seeing that or no? I'm reading a couple things here that say it's possible. Find out. What is Nomura saying? Hold on here. Let's read this together. You can read this in the background if you want. If you're in the Discord, you can read this if you want. I posted in the market chat. Can I read it here? Let me read this in the background. You can't read? Hold on here. I'll read it. Charlie's saying it remains intact. While downside protection bleeds out even further, especially seen within the mega cap tech AI. And volatility is firm, overriding the downside hedge melt and perpetual option supply from the VRP crowd. Jesus Christ. Says, but chunky upside short gamma potential north of 6,800. So we're looking for a vol up spot up there. Are you guys reading this right now into the Discord? I'm still seeing the sweep lower, so I don't. I still. Oh shit! I fucked up. Hold on here. I'm seeing it right now at this moment. Only now. Only right now at this moment I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it looking at puts. I'm just going to check the at the money vol curve real quick. Two-day volume. Jesus Christ, 6750, 6760, 6800. And the fucking buyers are in here for 6810 and 6860. At the money vol. Cranking as we keep moving forward to the next fucking 18 sessions. there's a little bit of a dump on volatility right now for the next 3 days. I kind of see what Charlie's saying. So he's saying like trade 680, 6800, and then you hit the volatility, which could lead to spikes higher and major reversals. Well, I think what they're saying here is I still see the sweep lower. Still see some more sweep. Or not theoretical, or if you look down here, not the VIX, but the what he's saying is so volatility is expected to slow down the next 3 sessions. So they're saying this like big up move up here, and then volatility would spike. But we could start cranking even higher. Anything above 6,800. I'm going to get rid of this one for now. Maybe not now. Hold on. There. And then moon this fucker. Way up there. This might be the last train to get on here. Could be here, could be there. Somewhere in here or here. Yeah, there's a half-hour trigger, hourly triggers running up. There's still like a back test in here, but maybe not as deep. I think your last chance for the train is probably your last chance for the train. Wrong shit. I gotta do this. I gotta do this as fast as possible. I mean, your last chance for the train is basically fucking. It's soon. You might catch 70, like $2 lower, but that's about it. And even right now, 674, 675. We could trade like 674, 675 today. Come on now, show it. Way up there. There is potential for that today. The best trade is lower still down here, but it's creeping higher. I should put it like this, and I should put it like this. Hold on over here. Hang tight. God damn it. Could be some like vicious whipsawing in here. Okay, let's go over here and look at this. Yeah, there's something more funky going on here. There's something. This looks like slop, but hold on. I'm kind of fucking this up here. Hold on. Like trying to go from a 1 minute chart to a get rid of this. Get rid of that. That's what I want the cleanliness. This is viable right now. A failure of this, even though Marco's here. I don't think we go up there. There is some potential to blow these fucks right off. Up here. This is all looking fucking sloppy. Hold on here. This looks like garbage. It just looks like shit because I'm bouncing back and forth from for our tank tighter, guys. Gotta make this quick. I mean, look at that fucking thing right there. This is no coming back. It's dangerous. Jesus Christ. Is that Friday? No fucking way. There ain't no fucking way it's that fucking big. No fucking way. Well, something like that makes more sense to me like that. It's like a monster fucking squeeze. Ram it. Ram it. That's that same 4 hour right there. Same buyers. That's Friday the 17th right there. Ram it, ram it, and ram it. And this fucking group right here. You could make the argument too that it's like this right there. It's this right here. There. Ram it, ram it, ram it. Ram these fucks right there. Ram these fucks right here. Ram those fucks right there. And that kind of a weird right in top X. Like, it's not quite that. It's more like ram, 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 and then dot, 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 dot. Grind, 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 wham. And this is now your base case right here. And then Ramo, Rampo, Rama. Build all this out. Here's your new Poop Island. Can't tell if it's a very dangerous trade. It's baller. It's just dangerous. Your Marco is still right here. Fucking Marco. It's Wednesday 2. Let's just go over here. 2:30. 3 p. Here's 1600 right here. While you're selling futures over here for Marco. You don't even have to do that, do you? You don't have to do that. Just do that. You don't have to do that. There's no requirement. Fade this all down. Wednesday. Wednesday. Right. There's Wednesday. There's Thursday. Somewhere in there. Buy the fuck out of this on Thursday. Rampo-rama into Friday. Go back to an hour here. You guys can watch this with me. It's our boy Marco. Sell futures, right? Right. Thursday, 9 a.m. Take that half-hour candle, half-back trade there. This is the close on Thursday, I think. 1600. Or even Friday, Monday, that would work too. Friday and Monday, that would work. Tight here. Come back on Tuesday. Jesus Christ. That's 1600. Worst case scenario. This is Thursday. Yeah, that'd be fucked up. So there's a couple of things I want to talk to you about here. These candles are turning into, or going to turn into support. So you got like this ramp up here, right? You got the Thursday up here, hit your R2, 675. Now the Friday pop up here to get up. It's more like this. Ramp up here. Do this on Thursday, Friday pop in the morning. This Thursday close. Pop to get you up in the morning on Friday, 10 a.m. Call it 12. Fuck it, let's go. 16 right there. Pop down. Thursday close. Fade. 9 a.m. Friday 1600 up. Down into Tuesday. Then just straight up. Kind of like that. Thursday up day. Friday up day. Fade. Come into like early next week. And then next week is just fucking move. And what else is crazy here too is this is not required. Like this can all come up right here. More like that. Once you blow all these guys off, you blow these guys off, you come back down here. I don't know what this is going to be. This could be deeper. But here's your full trade right here. Your full trade is like this. There's the erasure of the half back trade, and then all the way up. That doesn't even have to be there, to be honest with you. Let me come down a little bit. But that's 73, 72 and a half. Right in there. You already did it back here. There's no need for it. Pound, pound, pound. Grab some more buyers for the ride higher. Now, I'll say something about this. This is not my preferred trade. There's potential for it. I can see it. This is where the volatility kicks in. This is in 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, vol kicks in. And this could easily go, this could easily go down here, and we're fucked. That's where vol picks up into OPEX. So there's an outcome going lower. And then if we get rid of all this, close this here. That there, get rid of all this. The preferred trade into tomorrow would be check this really quick. Look at how fucking low that. Like, I gotta tell you guys something. Like, this is all danger down here. There is real. I'm gonna show you where the danger is. I gotta show you guys this. So, there is danger in here. So, you've got this right here, right? And then no matter what that is, something like this, then the whipsaw higher. That's still there. Still valid right now. Right now, at this moment, it is. Saying that, though, God, it's so supportive, too. It's like, it looks fucking beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. So all this is still valid down here. It's not my preferred trade. My preferred trade is like this. You know, so I just read the white paper from McGilligot. I think that's my preferred trade right there. There's danger in here, though. I want to talk to you about that right now, which is that's fucked up too. Like, I realize that we're doing that. I realize that we're holding this. I get it. I get that we're holding this. This is the predicate right here. I get that it's right here. I understand that. There's supply. And as long as you hold this, this turns into a 4-hour. I'll say this. So far, this remains valid down here. Still. This is not an easy trade. In my view, it's not. So I'll say this to you. I think Binky said this earlier in the week or last week. I think that we can do this, but I think that like a blast down here is not out of the realm possibility. Still. And I realize we're on this plane right here. And even right there's a little hour right there too. You can look at, we're building these fucking hours here like this. There's another hour. Thursday at 1 o'clock. About 1600. And this brings up a whole bunch of other shit. It's like up here, and then Friday up there, then down. Put that on Friday. This actually gives more time too for this to play out. Right There it is. Okay, I got it. Down, up, down, up. Okay, so there's danger in here. I got to tell you guys something. There's danger in here. God, that's a horrible fucking way to draw this, but that's what it looks like. There it is right there. There, right there, right there. And you get your 676 up here in Friday close. There's your R4. God damn. One minute. God, it's such a, this is a bitch to trade. Where's that half of that trade in there? It's Wednesday, Friday, and Thursday. 1600. He's our new bear. This is a tough call. I don't have any gut feeling of bad here. What I would say to you is this. I think Binky said this last week or something, but there's a lot of downside risk here, like the rug being pulled out. But I can see the spot up vol up trade too into OpX, where we're chasing. And it's not that deep either. It's only like $2. So you're trying to buy 67.25 and 67.50. I think it's very viable to trade an SPX 67.25 is viable. But you could also be chasing this shit sideways and straight up. You're not going to have any of those kind of pullbacks. And they could kick this guy's teeth in a little bit before we even pull down. It's possible. What I would say too is this at this point would be any pullbacks on the half-hour trigger, buy it. Hourly trigger, just buy it, and I will too. This is a tough one to. This is a tough one to trade. I don't think it's that easy. Just mark a. Let me just check net gamma really quick. See where we're building out here. We're trading 67.50. God, man, dude, we're building like a fucking wall here on 6750 right now. There's a potential sweep down to 6700. So let me show it to you a different way. Okay, so we are building out 6750 right now. That's green. This is not valid, I don't think. Do you see these buyers right here or down here? They're this low. They're down here. So theoretically, we can stay up here and start trading that. But there's big risk of a downside move here to trade that. There's nothing holding us up until 6,700 down here. The big gamma is still at 6,700. I think a violent move down like this is still viable, believe it or not. Now there's some positive news here. There's no volatility expected the next few days. So that could be our grind here. And if you come into volatility and it's not down, or it could be whipsawing up, or it could just be we start fucking melting up. Either scenario works in this scenario. So what I would say to you here is, these sellers are here without a doubt. I would just say focus on your daily or your hourly and half-hour trigger. One of these back tests is going to work to trade 6,800. The only thing that I see on velocity is I see 67.5, but not this full 680 on SPY. But then again, if it's supportive, it fucking doesn't matter, right? Just look at this really quick. Trying to see if there's anything I'm missing here. What am I missing here? And even that's good. The daily velocity is not bad. Daily velocity is saying we don't need to do any big pullbacks. Or 30-minute velocity is saying that on SPX. Let me just check. Let me just check ES really quick. Is ES like telling a different story or no? For the overnights? Maybe there's something we're missing on the overnight. I'm missing something. I don't know what I'm missing. A fucking this ES. ES dude looks bullish as fuck too, like Gap Up City. That's not helping. I'm looking for something bearish here. Like ES is calling for a gap up too. ES calling for a gap up in the overnight. It's tomorrow. The only thing that I would say to you would be watch this 1 hour here. I think I got a thesis here. If we get any weakness into this bell, I think I'm going to be loading the boat for Friday long. And let's look at this closely here again. This is a tough thing to think about, or not think about, but to chart here. that right there? 3 o'clock? Okay, so I see gapping up. We're about to fucking explode to the upside. I think we're gonna gap the fuck up. I'll be honest with you guys. If I had to put an edge here, it's gap up trades 676. Well, we'll fill 675, then 676 and change. And they're gonna build out this fucking this 4-hour candle. We could trade sideways next week, and then ramp the fucking Rama into OpX. There is risk downside. There's violence downside. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's look at this together. So here's your half-hour and hourly trigger right here. I think buying this is worth it. But if we lose this at any point, like if we start to lose this at any point, it's blood to the downside. But I like the buying of the hourly and half hour no matter what. So and I'm impressed that I see the gap up overnight, because I thought maybe they'd sell futures a little bit to get us down a little bit lower, but I'm not buying it. So I'm looking at ES right now, and it's 30-minute velocity looks fucking beautiful. It looks absolutely stunning. So, you figure by Thursday, Friday morning, 676-ish, 675 is on the table. I'm reading the minutes right now. God damn, we're going up. Watch the fuck out here. Oh, man. Watch out. We're going to start squeezing. More calls. Watch out for a squeeze here. I'm reading the minutes right now.
Again, further from the meeting minutes, almost all participants supported quarter point percentage cut to Fed funds rate that September meeting. Also, some participants noted financial conditions suggested policy may not be particularly restrictive. Those participants judged a cautious approach to future policy was warranted.
The majority of participants, though, want cuts, more easing this year. That's supportive for right now. I'm a little concerned with the FOMC not seeing risk of inflation later this year. They were also very positive on this is not the hawkish that the Bears want at all. Day. Two days. $6.35 is $1.12. Those.
Also, a reminder, we did post out the FMC meeting minutes as well on the feed. We just have reposted the FMC meeting minutes on the feed.
Yeah, it's a tough place here. I don't know what to do. Like, I see the trade up here right now. So you can see it. Like, I see that trade right now. 675. Tighter. I'm talking to the Discord here. Hold on. Okay, you got my trades. They're in there. I just post them in the Discord.
US stock 610 gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
What are you guys saying? There's our boy Marco up here.
Caretaker French Prime Minister Le Cornu says, as of this evening, I consider mission is finished. French Prime Minister Le Cornu says there is a majority in Parliament that is against dissolution of Parliament. Euro slightly moving up off the back of those headlines. French Prime Minister says he expects a new Prime Minister in the next 48 hours.
Sorry, I missed what you guys are saying here. Hold on. I'm not reading. The chat's going by fast. I'm doing a bunch of shit here in the background. We're about to start gapping up. Where's Marco at? Debase these nuts, bro.
The Nasdaq 100 extends gains to 1%. French Prime Minister Le Cornu says next ministers must not have presidential ambitions. The euro trims losses as French outgoing
2:20 in the afternoon.
Le Cornu speaks.
God, they're gonna fucking. Like we got. I mean, I would say like the 675 is where. Let me just look at this one more time. Make sure I get this shit right here.
Le Cornu says 210 or more lawmakers want platform of stability.
There's our Marco. Make sure I got this right.
CBO estimate US September budget surplus of $164 billion.
Let's see. See it. Outlook. Fuck that guy. Doesn't know what he's talking about. Another fucking bullshitter. Those. Give the outlook to you. Cancel. Just in here. Sorry, guys. Give me one quick second here. There's 1500. There's 1530 or 1600 right there. Right there. As long as we hold.
CBO estimates US 2025 fiscal year budget deficit at $1.8 trillion. French Prime Minister Le Cornu says situation with country's pension system remains one of the biggest blocking points.
All right, I got it. I just needed a minute to think about it. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be right back with you guys. I need a quick break, go potty. I've got a shit jar that I've stuffed up my butt today to try to poop.
You're behind the markets. If
I'm just kidding.
Real time at financial.
There's a little bit of downside risk in here for this half-hour hourly trigger. We'll leave this up here, but the way is higher. I did give it a detailed explanation.
Brilliant. Come on, people.
Detailed enough explanation for the close here into tomorrow and Friday.
To have debate on pension reform.
And then what the next target would be into UpX. So you've got both outlooks. I got to go potty. I've been sitting here all day long and I'm watching this stuff and I'm like, man, there's a gap up going on here. Tomorrow and Friday morning. Just watch this closely here. We'll put Marco back up here because you know they're going to try to. He's going to try to sell this. He's angry on Twitter too right now. Do I need like a camera in the bathroom? Yeah, Marco's right about some of this stuff, but not how it impacts markets. And the fucked up part here is like I just read the Fed.
Canadian Prime Minister.
The Fed refuses to acknowledge cyclical inflation.
Future of the steel and auto sectors.
That's big. That's playing politics. Well, it's playing a bunch of stuff. It's playing like politics, and it's playing, we can run it hot for a little while, which is fine, which is true. You can run inflation hot. There is no data saying wages can't keep up or the consumer can't handle it right now. So, I mean, it's fine for the economy and fine for the market to run hot. Of course, that gives you obscenely high prices in the economy, or not in the economy, in the stock market. But if you're a free trader, if you're a free member watching the show, if you get any chance to add here, take the opportunity. We are at risk of squeezing right now, pretty close. The one thing that I would say to you is do not be short here. If you are a bear, do not be short here. Even for this short little period right here, don't be short here. You could be short underneath this, but I wouldn't be short here. There's risk of a big squeeze, either now, close overnight, all day long tomorrow. I don't see the bloodbath right now. Like the bloodbath down to like 680, or is it 667 or something like that, 668. I don't see that right now. I see it a little bit down the road at 675, but I don't see it as of yet.
French Prime Minister Le Cornu says suspending pension reform could cost 3 billion euros in 2027.
Jesus Christ, what are you guys doing? All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. I don't have to take a piss. I mean, shit, but I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. What am I gonna do? Empty my shit cup? Emptying shit cup.
Le Cornu says consequences of not having a budget by the year end would be drastic for the country.
Done. Right there. I'll put that on there for you. Give me just 5 minutes.
NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $62.55 a barrel, up 82 cents or 1.33%. NYMEX diesel November futures settle at around $2.29 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at around $1.90 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at around $3.33. French Prime Minister Le Carnot says we will respect our deficit target for this year. French Prime Minister Le Carnot says, I do not think now would be a good time to change president of our country. The euro continues to decline. Excuse me, the euro continues to climb. Prime Minister Le Carnot says Macron will address the French people on political situation. Brent crude futures settle at $66.25 a barrel, up 80 cents or 1.22%.
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
Just a reminder, at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is hosting a roundtable on Antifa. We do have a live stream on the feed for those interested. French Prime Minister Le Cornu concludes his remarks. A reminder, in 5 minutes' time, Trump is hosting a roundtable on Antifa. The video is on the feed for those interested.
Uh-oh. We got, is he really talking, Uncle JBJ? What's a poop knife? Hold on here, guys. Give me one second. Give me just 1 second. Hold on here. You don't know what a poop knife is? Everybody has a poop knife. Your dad never showed you where the poop knife is? Hold on here. You guys don't know what the poop knife is?
In an agency statement, the US
Oh, no. Please, no.
part of the government shutdown. A union official says Ford is to shut down F-150 Lightning plant in Michigan next week due to aluminium factory fire.
Hold on. Give me like 2 minutes here. Hold on, boys.
In an agency statement, the US IRS to furlough 46% of its staff.
All right. So hold on, Brett. Just coming back here. I got good news. When I told you yesterday that I still had to pick up a bunch of shit, I did. not that shit, but I got some work being done. I've got some like holes in my roof and stuff that need repaired. And then I got some other crap going on, like structural stuff and all that kind of stuff that's got to be done. Yeah, but anyways, I had to pick up a bunch of crap over the weekend.
Ford downside movement after that latest headline.
Turn that off. The U.S. IRS to furlough 46% of its staff. Trump to host a roundtable at 3 p.m. God. About Antifa. Antifa? I don't know what it's called. Antifa? Like, didn't they just have like a fake ex-Navy SEAL pretending he was in an Antifa on Fox News or something? I don't even want to turn this on. I'm not willing to turn it on. I'm not going to put it on. I spent this past weekend getting ready for these guys. I had a big trailer full of shit. By the way, whoever was writing me a DM on Twitter about my battery. So when I got off the show yesterday, I had to go out and grab more shit, and my Cadillac wouldn't start again late last night. I had to keep it running, and then I wouldn't turn over. It was dun 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 dun. Wouldn't turn dun 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 dun. I think I did some damage to the battery at some point. There's a dead cell or something. There's got to, or it could be the alternator. There's definitely something wrong. I don't know what it is right now. But I did get all my shit done last night. I think I got everything that I need last night. Now I was supposed to have a contractor here today, a bunch of contractors, a bunch of like workers and stuff. And they're supposed to be here on Tuesday. They were here on Monday. They're supposed to. Well, they're here on Monday. We did like a bunch of like walkthroughs and that kind of stuff. And then on Tuesday it rained, so they didn't show. And then they asked me for a deposit yesterday, and I was like, I'll give you a deposit when you guys show up with your tools and your shit and your men and all that stuff. So they were like, fine. And then this morning or this afternoon, they asked my wife for a deposit, not me. So I'm not necessarily opposed to giving the deposit before, but I like the idea of I hate like the robbing Peter to pay Paul stuff. When you pay too much and then there's not enough money left in the job, so they just blow you off at the end of the job. Your shit doesn't get finished, and you know, they're like running from job to job and stuff like that. So I just ran into that a few minutes ago. Anyways, my point here is that I can have a cocktail because these guys aren't showing up, and these guys aren't showing up till tomorrow. And I've been running around like a madman doing shit that I shouldn't be doing at my age, climbing ladders and shit and carrying and hauling shit. I got cut in the head last night. Like, it literally took like a gouge in my head. Doing shit I shouldn't be doing.
Extend drop to session low
anymore. Anyways, it's a big side story. The poop knife. I didn't know you guys didn't know about the poop knife. If you have never read that story, it's an old school way back in the day Reddit thing about the poop knife. I think the kid found it, and the dad was like, "Oh, that's the poop knife." I'm not going to describe it here in the show, but we're talking about the poop knife in the Discord. So we're coming into the close right now. We've got some volatility. We have Trump speaking at 3 p.m. about Antifa. I'm not going to put that on the show here. I'll wait for anything that he could possibly say here that could disrupt the market. I don't think he's going to say anything that disrupts the market, or I don't think it's going to be market focused. But just note that you're going to get shit like this when we're here, right where we are. You're going to get like noise on the wire. Financial Juice is a bear. If you don't know that, they're constantly coming in wanting to sell the fucking market at any high. Seriously, those guys, like, they'll beg for it. So you could see, like, you remember the time they had the rumor of something going on at the Pentagon, and it was bullshit right at an all-time high. So just be aware that you're going to see shit like that cross the wire. They're also talking about some other shit, rehashing a bunch of bad shit right now on the wire. And of course, there's people that are trying to spin that, definitely, to not go higher, not squeeze, that kind of stuff. So same thing applies. Nothing's changed since I talked to you earlier. You're looking to add here on this 1 hour and this 1 hour right here. I told you earlier, right? You come back to this half-hour hourly trigger, and you buy the dips on this for a squeeze up tomorrow and into Friday. We're looking to trade a failure of 675 and maybe over 675 briefly on Friday morning. You can do that any way you want. You can do it with like 674s, 673s. You can do it with call spreads. You can do it with 675s if you can get out on trend. Maybe not in the money, but just on trend you can get out before they go to zero. If we close at 675, let me close this shit up for a minute.
Disconnected.
If we close at 675 on Friday, your calls are going to be zero, just so you know. They're not going to be fucking $5 or anything like that. So you like catch it on trend or get a little bit closer in the money. Call spreads are kind of nice too. I haven't looked at them yet. You don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. The other thing too is I don't see any risk here unless we go underneath these two numbers and start rejecting it. Otherwise, the window for that correction move, the second leg down to August or October 1st, that shit's pushed out until we hit 675 at this point. And even then, it's not guaranteed. We can just go up there and start trading 6,800. Trade sideways and trade 6,800. So I did put a little bit of a brief inside of the Discord for you to read and review. You can kind of see where your next real risk is, as long as we hold this right here. So what else do I have to say on this? Not much. I haven't had a drink yet, but here, cheers to all of you out there. Happy hump day. Today's hump day. Happy hump day to you out there. Yeah, I can't do the Trump bullshit. Oh, not Trump bullshit, but I can't do the Antifa bullshit. I can't do it. I can't do it on the show. I just can't. I can't. I wouldn't do it if Biden was doing it either. If Biden was doing that shit, like ripping on people, there's no point in having it on the show. If it was possibly market related, yes, but if it's just like political stuff, then I don't want anything to do with it. So what I'll do is I'll monitor. I'll just put on the I'll put on the squawker so that we can listen in. This is real time too. It's not delayed. I do pay for the non-delayed version of Financial Juice, so we don't have any more 15-minute delays. And we'll listen in for anything that he could possibly say that is market related. But like Antifa stuff, I don't care if it's not just Antifa, it's anything that's just political. I don't want anything to fucking do with it unless it's potentially market related. I'm not here to fight with you guys. I want you guys to know something. Like, I love everybody. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I got no problems with whatever your backgrounds are out there. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your skin color is, your creed, your I don't care if you're MAGA. I'll be honest with you. I believe in like real people. I believe truly that people are who they are when you meet them in real life. You know, I live in a place where everyone I knew told me not to move here, and I've had nothing but a great experience here. Nothing, like literally, in a place where I was told I couldn't live for danger and all these other reasons, and I've been able to do just fine here. And I've made some very, very close friends, and a culture that's hidden to most, or I think, a lot of white people. So I was able to, engage in a culture that was very loving. So I just want you to know that out there. I don't want to fight with you in real life. We're here to make money, and that's what we're here for. You know, like if I shit post or bitch and moan on Twitter or Reddit or BlueSky or True Social or wherever that may be, I leave that shit there. And what we do here is completely fucking different. You know, it's just like going to work. You go to work every day. You're here to make money, and you don't go to work and find Joe at the water cooler and say, "What's up, knuckle dragger? You fucking snowboarder? You're cutting lines in my tracks. I'm gonna fight you here at the water cooler." You don't talk about that shit at work. Just leave that shit, until you get done and you get out of work. So we're not gonna play him, not for this kind of stuff. And I don't think he wants to disrupt markets right now. I don't think that's his plan. Jerome, well, let's talk briefly about these minutes. There's some concern here in these minutes, for me at least. No one wants to touch the fucking hot potato of cyclical inflation. And I understand why. I do understand why. But it's there. And I understand. I was just reading what Marco was saying, and I agree with what Marco's saying, but it's not relevant today to the stock market. It can be relevant,
5 minutes time,
but it's not today.
Speaking at the Center for Indian Country Development's 10-year anniversary event and data summit. The video has been posted on the feed.
I was looking for Jerome to
text and Q&A.
I was looking for Jerome to acknowledge cyclical inflation because he lied at the last press conference. Now, if he had addressed it, it would be disruptive to the market. It opens a can of worms and arguing and fighting and screaming and yelling by a lot of different people, and it could disrupt markets, him just saying that. So I understand why he doesn't want to say it until the data is crystal clear, but the data is saying that it's there. I want you to know that. Cyclical inflation is here. No matter what they tell you, it's fucking here. I can show you the data. that it's here. Now, the other problem here too is the Fed's mandate is also to, the Fed's mandate, of course, is to watch unemployment, employment as a whole, and also inflation. Now, there's also like a quiet mandate. It's not really said, but it's there, which is when you're in a soft landing, you really do want it to last as long as possible. And it's not a part of their mandate, but if you're a Fed chair and you're gonna, that some of this stuff is cyclical and some of this stuff comes and goes. There's no reason to be out there and just shake the tree. Oh, you better watch out. The cyclical inflation's coming. It doesn't help at all. The people that need to know that and see it that it's there. Now, you and I, as consumers of Twitter,
SoftBank's
might not know, or might be lied to, or read a newspaper or whatever.
£1 billion chip investment in India.
But it's there. It's growing in the background. It's been services. There's a little bit of creep on tariff stuff in durable goods. There's some tariff inflation. It's just not what people promised that it would be. Now, I do agree that we're at a point in inflation from tariffs where if we were to go with more tariffs, escalate tariffs, that could be a problem where those tariffs get passed along to you and you start to see them. You got to remember that in the free money era, during COVID, and just like today, there's a good comparison here. There's very smart people that work for these companies, these corporations, and they know what you can handle. They know if you're in a good spot or not. They don't really care about your anecdotal evidence. So if you're a scientist, let's say a data scientist, you work for Walmart, and they're not going to tell you in public. Behind the scenes, they're going to say, the consumer can handle this, or the consumer can handle that. And they will raise prices accordingly, or they'll eat those prices accordingly. That's what they do. The smart companies at least do that. Now, some companies don't. Some companies are like, no, fuck them. I'm going to keep racking it up until they can no longer afford it, or they say no. And sometimes they do lose profit, or they go bankrupt, or they start a new company. But not all companies do that. Some companies, and most companies that are successful, are very aware of what you can and cannot handle. So right now, where we stand with corporations, not all of them, but a majority of them, not financials. We should talk about this too today. We should look at some of these. But if you look at most corporations, they knew that you had money everywhere. So they raised prices because you would just throw money at shit during COVID. So corporate profits exploded. I mean, exploded. And they've slowly come down over time since that free money era. That's because the Fed has performed QT and some light QE along the way. But the QT that they performed was sucking money out of the system. Not only that, but your governments were too. Your local, state, federal government has been taxing you. So there's still money sloshing around right now, but not what was sloshing around during COVID. Now, a lot of these companies did not lower their prices. So even though the money went away, you started to absorb, or they were sucking you dry, basically, right? But you still have wages going up, and things are still good for the consumer. The consumer's still pretty robust. So they haven't said a word to you. And you guys haven't complained. Not enough. Well, you've complained and bitched and moaned, but you haven't, with your purse strings, said no more. In some places you have. You've said no more, probably in coffee or McDonald's and things like that, but not everywhere. So when we went through tariffs this time, there was some room for these corporations to eat some of those tariffs. And there's room for the producer to as well, because the producer was fat on the hog coming in that free money era too. So they're both getting kind of fucking rich. Now they come back into more normalized profit right now. With where we are with everything as a whole, most of those corporate profits are almost back in line. Now, the thing you got to consider here is they're back in line, but if they were to break this trend, things could get ugly. We could start missing on earnings. And we're running into earnings season right now. Earnings season's coming up very, very soon, right? So you want to consider some of those ideas heading into this earnings season. And I find it slightly fascinating if you look up on the Fred corporate profits based upon sector. I'm not going to show it here in the show, but if you look up corporate profits based upon sector that's non-financials, and you can look at financials too, financial companies like banks and shit, they're still making bank. But there's a lot of companies that are back in line with their profits. So consider that as we move forward into earnings season, that we have not seen those tariffs that you're thinking about, and the inflation that you're feeling right now. You're like, but Cap, I still feel it. That's cyclical inflation. It comes from services, comes from some non-durable goods. We're seeing some non-durable goods, but a lot of that stuff is still like stuff that you do see, like the coffee and the coffee's been to the moon, and some other stuff that's disposable, your de minimis type stuff. You're seeing some of that in there, but as a whole, taken as a whole, you're not seeing it. What you're really seeing it is in cyclical and cyclical inflation, services inflation, and things surrounding it, like insurance and I don't know all the companies off the top of my head, but basically any service that you use, that's that cyclical inflation that we're being hammered with right now. So inside of this these FOMC minutes today, I was a little concerned with some of the statements about not being overly concerned about cyclical inflation. I know that he doesn't want to rock the boat, and I know that he wants to keep the soft landing as long as possible. When you have a good time, you want to ride that out, don't you? Now, I personally have a disagreement with that. I think that by not cutting rates, you would extend the good times, just albeit slower enjoyment of it instead of all at once. But being positive on more rate cuts this winter can be an issue. Not quite an issue for the stock market just yet, but it can be an issue on his exit. When Jerome is scheduled to leave here, it seems like as every month passes, it's almost like, oh, you want the sandwich, or you want the cigarette? I just caught you smoking. You want to smoke some cigarettes? Here, one in the closet. I'll give you a pack of cigarettes and we'll light them all and have you smoke them in a closet alone. That's what it feels like right now. Like, okay, my tenure's almost up. I'll give you the cuts that you want. And by the time we get to next summer, it could be raging inflation. And further, if tariff negotiations, trade war ever devolves, that could be really bad. Where we're increasing tariffs along the way. There's no safety net here for dealing with that. I don't think it's a today thing, but I think it's something to consider as we move forward. And, if you wanted to see him exit here, where his replacement is cutting, that's what we're leading up to right now, I think, or it looks like. Now, there are some ways around that. I think Uncle JBJ brought up earlier, what if the tariffs are ruled unconstitutional? That could help. That could certainly help. Most definitely. I don't know if they would be. I don't know how we pay them back either. You're talking about a bunch of fucking money. That could be volatility. I don't think that would happen. But if relations improve where we're not adding any more tariffs, I think that's good for inflation. But we're right on the cusp right now. We're not in a dangerous place, but we are in like that place where don't go increasing trade war. You know, like we should be at the end of trade war if this is where we are with corporate profits. And if you want inflation to not rage, you probably can cut.
You're behind the market.
But you can't. But like, if you can cut, then you can't be all at the same time raising tariffs any longer with corporate profits going down.
Subscription. Let's make a big, beautiful deal, people. Come on.
And also adding to that cyclical inflation with tariff inflation. We don't have it yet, but we're close to it. We're very close to where a company doesn't have a choice but to pass those on to you, or they lower profits even more than what their inline profit making is. That's possible too. I mean, if they do eat them, that would send us into a stagflationary type environment, recessionary, and the market would fucking implode. The economy would implode as well. But we're not there yet, so it's not something that's like today or you have to fear today. I do find it interesting though that Jerome is covering that up right now. Are interesting that he wants to do what extend the market on one side, and then also give himself a grand exit. There's a little bit of eating crow pie that it looks like there's a trap in here for the administration heading into next year. I'm fascinated to see how it plays out. You can't predict this shit, but it is fascinating to see it play out. So anyways, into tomorrow, expectations tomorrow on a Friday, 675, excuse me. Unless we lose 671.13. Outside of that, we're going up. We've closed too many doors at this point. I see a little bit of risk after the rejection on 675. But that could be sideways, could be sharp. We'll trade that as it comes. But I don't think we're trading 678 like right now. Not 78. I don't think we're trading 680 or 6800 like tomorrow or Friday. Maybe. I don't see it though. It's possible we could see it tomorrow, but it's not on the table right now that I can see. I'm scared of some of that. I mean, I don't know. It has a bunch of ramifications. Like, it has ramifications where Trump can't. It kind of ties Trump's hands, where he can't continue on with trade war. If he does, there'll likely be some consequences to the market. The market will make him pay for that. I think, from what I can see right now, unless maybe you started doing QE infinity again, that would be a way to get yourself out of it. It does rein in a little bit of the volatility expectations in trade war negotiations. That's positive for the market. The cyclical stuff, man, though, it's not going to hurt now, but it's going to hurt. I just don't know how long it takes. I don't know if it's 3 months, 6 months, a year. I'm assuming it's at some point next year. I'm assuming you have your normal pullback in February, in April. That pull up would take us, try to get back to all-time highs. Could take us into summertime. And that would be the big question, right? Is inflation now raging or not? Is the trade war heating up? Have we made as many cuts as we can make? Now we can't cut. Now we raise, right? So you start a hiking cycle, maybe. That's what I would expect, but so you start a hiking cycle next year with one of Trump's guys. That's bad, right? If they don't start a hiking cycle, you have raging inflation and you need wages to keep up, and you're in the middle of a trade war. That could turn into a shit show, right? Unless you do QE infinity. So there's like two real far ends to this. and we don't know what the reaction is going to be. And I don't see tariffs as being enough money to cover debt, deficit, or any of this kind of stuff. The tariffs on the tariff shelf. I don't see that as being. It's a drop in the butt. It's helping, but nowhere near what's needed, in my view. But the takeaway from these, the takeaway, I guess, from the minutes today is that the Fed chair is wanting to party, and if that's the case, and money's going to get cheaper still, and he wants to bring that rate down to 50 BPS as the neutral. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 50. I think Moran said 50. I think Jerome said 2, but Moran was like 50. If that's the case, the market could go fucking vertical, because of the cheapness of money, right? Until it breaks. So if you're like, hey, we should crash here or something, I don't know. These minutes aren't really helping the case right now. And when you're reinforcing that, when you're reinforcing this like cutting cycle, and I think that was the key takeaway from him. I'm going to read it to you again. Now remember, it's like we're in a pause, right? No, we're at the end of a hiking cycle. We're in we went from in a hiking cycle to a pause.
Concludes his comments.
And then we went from there into, all right, we're in pause. We're
note from his speech.
We're open to a small cut or a small hike here and there, trying to keep us in that soft landing. They might hike once, might cut once. There is a key takeaway from today's minutes, which is it's implying, in my view, that we're in a cutting cycle. Now, there is some, let me read this to you again here. Let's still go back to the beginning and read these minutes or parts of it. Most said likely appropriate to ease policy more this year. To me, that is that's a cutting cycle. That's very dovish. A few officials could have supported no rate cut in September. Most participants judged downside risks to employment had increased. Upside risks to inflation had either diminished or not increased. That statement there, the most participants judged downside risks to employment had increased. I disagree with that a little bit. I think that the consumer is having a difficult time finding that work or knowing where to find that work. I think as our economy changes, it's going to be like we have 2 left feet. I used to have a job in Fangman, and I got laid off, and I don't know where to look for work. You'd be surprised how many people or refuse to work in another industry. I don't want to go work in nuclear, or I don't want to go work in gas, in the gas industry. I want to stay in Fangman. Maybe they're kicking and screaming or digging their heels in. But I'm not as concerned with that at the moment. And there's probably also some pressure from sentiment, fear, of losing jobs to AI, robotics, and that kind of stuff. That is the zeitgeist right now. But I don't know that that is completely true or the biggest risk to our economy. The biggest risk that I see to our economy right now, I would say debt, but that's risk to the stock market. And the other one would be, at this moment, would be more than all of them would be inflation. I think that like once it starts, it's like it rears its head, and I think it's fine from markets in the beginning. It gets to a certain point where it's just too much. So when they said most participants judged downside risk to employment increased, I tend to disagree right now with that. I think it's just everybody's left-footed with it. And there's a lot of uncertainty, but I don't think it's real risk at the moment. Now, the upside risks to inflation had either diminished or not increased. That's the one that bothers me because I think they're lying to you, somewhat rightfully so. I can understand why. You just
Trump
let it
says he's in
run,
deep
you let people
discussions
do what
on
they're
the Middle
doing, and you
East.
don't add fuel to the fire that doesn't need to be added to the fire just yet when it does matter. But I would keep your eyes on that shit.
Trump says there's a good chance of success in the Middle East. So currently, Trump is speaking at the White House.
I would keep your eyes though on, more importantly, over the next 9 months, this quarter in particular, and the next following 2 quarters. I would keep your eyes closely on unemployment and jobs numbers and what that story tells over the course of months. And I would, more importantly, be looking at cyclical inflation. I would keep your eyes very, very closely at watching that cyclical inflation.
The Trump live stream on the roundtable on Antifa has begun. Just a reminder, the video is on the feed.
As a secondary thing, I'd be not as concerned with debt right now with the tariffs that are coming in the near term, and not as concerned with what would be the other concern right now. I think trade war is the only other concern I'd be watching would be trade war from here. And you did notice yesterday that Trump was kind of making up with Carney, right? So he's signaling right now that he's not going to be stoking the flames of
Trump says he may go to the Middle East by the end of the week.
escalation in trade war. So they're being pretty savvy about this. Whoever's telling Trump what to say or do, someone's pointing him to publicly acknowledge that they're
Maybe on
cooling off,
Sunday I will go.
cooling off some of these trade wars. And as a matter of fact, he's saying today, right now, he might go to the Middle East. He loves the Middle East, I guess. He loves Canada. And you might see more of that because due to corporate profits being at the bottom of being in line from this point forward. Now, they all went on to say in these minutes, participants generally noted that the judgments about appropriate policy action at the September meeting reflected a shift in the balance of risks. So they're continuing to harp on this employment, unemployment risk to the market. The second time, right? A few participants saw merit in keeping Fed funds rate unchanged at the September meeting, or that they could have supported such a decision. The majority of participants emphasized upside risk to their outlooks for inflation. A majority of participants emphasized the upside risk to outlooks for inflation. A few participants noted the standing repo facility would help keep the Fed funds rate in target range and ensure money market pressures would not disrupt ongoing quantitative tightening, which they've done a great job at too. This QT in the background, they've done a fucking phenomenal job, and that is beginning to slow. A few participants noted the standing repo facility would help keep the Fed funds rate in target range and ensure money market pressures would not disrupt ongoing quantitative tightening. So we are getting a little bit of QE in the background, indirect QE. Almost all participants supported a 0.25 percentage point cut to the Fed funds rate at the September meeting. One participant preferred a 0.5 percentage point rate cut at last month's meeting. We knew who that was. Fed staff revised up GDP growth projection for 2025 through 2028. I think that's all of it. Now, there's been some noise about the French PM later on today, but I don't think that matters too much. The euro US dollar unwind, I'll take a look at that later tonight and see if there's any issues there. Let me just check this euro dollar. Let me just check this euro dollar thing. Give me just one quick second. I just want to check it on my charts here. Nope, that's not the one. Hang tight here. Yeah, they still are cutting in. Give me one quick second here, guys. Euro dollar. That's fine there. That's good there. I'm looking at here at the euro dollar. I'm not seeing the unwind yet.
Georgieva says US inflation outlook would be more concerning if service inflation is coupled with higher pass-through of tariffs.
Even with that down move in the euro dollar, it's scheduled to come higher anyways, so should be okay. Just check something here.
IMF's Georgieva says sees potential for more monetary easing by US Federal Reserve. Georgieva says, I'm confident that the Fed is carefully calibrating between easing growth prospects and stalled disinflation trajectory.
There's like a little bit of
We need to continue watching inflation developments in lower end of consumer goods sector.
there's a possibly a little bit of weakness in SPY ahead, but I still see it being shorted into the ground.
J. Trump, you're behind the markets. If you're a
There's a little bit of a bumpy road ahead for our markets, but it's still going to get sold to the depths of hell.
and save 67% on
$1.17, or it should squeeze here to $1.17 and then bloodbath. That bloodbath should then send us fucking propel the markets higher. Our markets higher. Sorry, I'm looking at the currencies right now. I don't see any danger here with euro dollar. Let me just check something else here. So 117 and then sold back down depths of hell. That would help markets go higher. A little bit of weakness. 72 and then down right there. Sorry, I just want to check the stuff in the background. I'm already long here. I'm long here for tomorrow. If we can get anything down here, I'll buy it, but I am long for tomorrow. If there's any kind of downside move, I'll buy it, but otherwise I'm just long. The one thing that bugs me here, all right, so like if there's anything that bugs me here, like if you're like I don't see the downside right now. If there's anything that bugs the fuck out of me is the last time we ran up into a level like this, they fucking saved it for the weekend. They ran it up like Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We didn't catch the print on we can catch the 75 print, but we didn't catch the 80 print on 70 until a weekend. Well, I think I got that on here in this chart. So oh, wrong one. So see this one right here? Let me just show you guys something that's important to see here. I should have made a note of this. Right. See this one right here? Not this one, but this one over here. This is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 17th. If we go up here and do this, if there's something I'm not showing you in the show here, but if we go up here and hit this, right? Listen to this closely here. Whatever this pullback is here, in here, what you could see is this ramp up here into OPEX, and you don't get this until Monday. Maybe I should just do it like that. There's the first right there. There is another trade here. There's a more bearish trade. It's like this. So this is Friday right here. Tuesday bloodbath. You come up into here, and you don't get it until right there. This is an alternate trade. There's potential for this. I'll leave it as a. So what you do is we'd hit the 75 this weekend. They'd shank this down. You come into OPEX for 75, 670, excuse me. So your 70s right here. So you got 70, 75, and then you sweep back for the 21st. Vixpiration. And then you have your unclench. That is very possible. And your Vixpiration, I think, is over here, right? Hold on here. Tuesday. So Tuesday, Vixpiration Eve. This is 1600, 9 a.m. tight here. There's 70 right there. Pop X, expiration eve, unclench. I'll post this for you. This one's got an alternate count in it. There would be your unclench right there. You're still in trend. You're still in trend.
1 minute until the market on close imbalance.
That includes your unclench would be after that. So your unclench is right here. Now there's a problem here too. For bears. So if you get your unclench over here, so you see it now? Now, if you get your unclench right here, see the unclench? If you like come into like Vixie Eve, right? Unclench it down over here. This is your month end. This is your trend.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 430 million. Nasdaq 100 buy.
There's your upside into November.
Dow 30 buy side 259 million. Mag 7 buy side 300 million.
Here's your. I'll post this one in the Discord too. Now this same setup shows itself in
Name a new prime minister in the next 48 hours.
this setup. This is the same shit that I did for you yesterday, but
As Macron notes, majority of the lawmakers oppose dissolution.
you know, jackknife down into the first. This is what they're trying to do over here. You know, sell November. That's their attempt. Hold on here. I'll post this one for you in the Discord too so you can see it.
Elise reports that Macron notes there is a possible path to budget by December 31st.
You know, unclench this shit down. Now, this same setup works for, there's some fascinating shit here because they set the same thing for, so watch this closely, right? So you're up here at 75, you're up here at 80. Right, you come back down into November. And if you can't get far enough away, you're then trading 90 up here. That's November. And then December. There's your ramp at a 700. You guys see it all now? What else is fascinating is this becomes bottom right here. This theoretically is like all your whole trade into December, February. And this group right here, this is October 1st. This is the same fucking group from the 17th. And you've got the Fed saying that they're you get the Fed saying that they're you get the Fed saying that they are tighten that up a little bit. And you come up here, you get your expiration, you get your unclench, and you think you're in the clear as a bull or as a bear, I guess. And you're like, oh my God, it's gonna be awesome. You know, fuck this market. We're crashing November. And these same fucks over here are like, boom, sorry, buddy. You know what I mean? They're already out over here. They're right here right now. But they're here and they're here anyways. I don't see the fucking way down. Like, and this talk about more cuts this year, that's the same goddamn group. And how this works itself out into December is here's your 690. Here's your 700. And you're talking about like, you know, up here, hit your 80. Fade this shit down. Even if they did this, nobody fucking cares. You're still trading your 90 up here up for November. And then you're trading, and you got your daily trigger here, and you're trading your into December, you're trading your 700. These minutes are not helping that case of these guys disappearing. And these guys right here, these are the first. The low and the first. I mean, if you fucking see this, this is load the boat time. I mean, like, load the fucking boat time. Or if you ever see this, load the boat time, 6:53. This door is closing here. 60s are closing, 50s are closing. You can kind of see it already, right? It's like right there. Oh my God. Market's going to crash. Everything's horrible. Boom, doesn't matter. You got these fucking buyers all in here. You got these fucking buyers all in here. If you're a bear, you need bear pow. Like, that's all I can say. You really do. You really, truly need bear pow. You need someone to tell you that we're not going to party. And that's what they're talking about, partying. They were all getting on board. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, sorry about that. There's our boy Marco. You want to see what he's doing over here? Want to see if he's fucking around up here? There's our boy Marco right here before we close out the day. I don't see him above, do you? I don't see him up there. You see Marco up there? I don't see him. I don't see Marco up here. I'm trying to find like anything that's like where's the gotcha moment? I'm looking everywhere. I'm not seeing it. I will say this. You come into like December and fucking February and you're looking back at this number and you're like, fuck, I didn't get long. And it ain't gonna matter if 10 points. It ain't gonna fucking matter. it ain't gonna matter. I try to find them. I try to find where the gotcha moment is, and I ain't seeing it. I ain't seeing that fucking gotcha moment. If we see it, we'll see it, but I ain't seeing it. Everywhere I look, I'm like, shut the door at 50s, shut the door at 30s, shut the door at 50s and 60s. I ain't fucking seen it. And I just put a post on FinTwit about that SPX back in the 90s. And there's a narrative going around right now. Can we enter the bubble? And if so, it's the late 1990s. I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like, you want to do the 90s? Like, we're doing 96 right now, not 99, not 2000. You can just look. 1996 is what we're doing. And you know what we did in 1996? We fucking ramped right into the last day of the year. And we had a traditional pullback in the spring of 97. And things got very fucking volatile, but they were stupid. Like 10 down, 20 up, 20 down, 30 up, 30 down, 50 up. I don't think we've entered the goddamn bubble yet. I'll just tell you right now. We have not entered the bubble. And if we do enter the bubble, you haven't seen shit yet. You really have not seen shit yet. If we've entered the bubble. Or if we're entering the bubble. We haven't entered it. I think we're in like 1996. I know that's going to fucking piss off a shit ton of people. Maybe not, but the price action is screaming 1996. It's screaming it. We'll look closer at it, but, can you imagine that move? I can't. I'll be honest with you guys. That's a move to 10,000. It's a move to 10,000, maybe more, or 1,000. It's a massive fucking move. It could be bigger. If you really did the bubble like 2,000, it could be even higher. I'm serious. Again, if you're a pro trader, go look at the 1996. We had no pullback.
S&P 500 and Nasdaq Composite register record closing highs.
So, I mean, I can't guarantee it's going to happen, but when in February when we had that major pullback, that's what it would look like. That 2 or 3 times a year for the next like 3 or 4 years, and you could reset the monthly and quarterly velocity enough that you could do this. We're not there yet, so I don't know. But my point here is that they're saying to you, or there's a narrative building that can we enter the late 90s? But what they're not telling you is that maybe it's not the late 90s, maybe it's like the next 4 or 5 years. But that would see like it would still see massive fucking volatility. It would be massive fucking vol. If it was anything like 96 to 2000, it would be pure insanity. I know that's some weird ass shit to say, but they just might not want you to know that. You know, the street might not tell you what we're actually like. They might tell you already in the bubble, but we're actually not. We're just getting into the bubble now. It's not 1999. It's fucking 1996. The only problem with this thesis or theory is that at any moment they can pull the plug. That's the one fucking problem with this is it's at their discretion. Like they can come back if we enter that. If you look back, if you're a pro trader and you look back on the 96, 99, on every one of those pullbacks, they could decide at that moment, fuck it, we're done. Now, we know when to go risk off in those situations already, so we're not going to get eaten alive in there. We'll roll past the daily trigger and we go risk off, which is fine and easy to do. You're not going to get cut up. You have to stay the duration, though. Like, you literally should start buying fucking SPOOs and not sell that shit until that happens. And there'll be some moments to sell, of course, along the way, but I think I don't follow Tom Lee as much as I used to, but I think he's said those things, or in as much as that. I know there's some real, bullshitters out there that are like, we're going to like 12,000 this month or something, but if you just look at the price action that we've been experiencing this year, it is very, very almost perfectly aligned with 1996. And in a normal market, right? You would expect trips to the weekly trigger a little more frequently. And where we are in the market, the ramp, it's possible. So be open to it. Be willing to change your viewpoints a few more years out or 2 more years out or however long until they literally pull the plug. I don't see anything there, though, that we can get trapped in. So you don't have to worry about it either. You just keep doing what you're doing. Keep adding, keep adding, keep adding, keep adding, keep adding, keep adding. And this might also be where that money on the sidelines finally gets dragged in. There's a ton of money in the sidelines. There's a ton of hedge fund money in the sidelines. You can end up pulling all these fucks in over the next 2, 3 years, 4 years, and drag them kicking and screaming up. We're not in the bubble yet. Technically, we're not. If do yourself a solid. And, hey, if you're a supporter, right? What I'll do today is what I'm going to do today for you. Okay, if you're a supporter, what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to put a chart on the website. I don't know if it'll take today or tomorrow, but I'm going to get a fucking chart and get it done. Okay, I'm going to get a chart for you on the website that shows the day scale on SPX, so you can see what I'm talking about. At least you can at least visualize what I mean here. You don't have to watch it on the show. You can do it on the website. If you're a supporter level, you can use triggers on the website on like 12 tickers. It's on a 30-minute basis for intraday trading, intra-week trading. But if you want, I'll put that chart up at the day count on SPX so that you can see what I'm discussing with you right now. I'll have that up the next day or two, so you can see what I'm positing. And I want to tell you guys something here on this topic. If you're watching my fucking show and you're in my fucking community, I'm going to tell you something very important. This is a warning to you. You need to de-learn everything you're being taught on like Investopedia, on like people telling you we're not in a bubble, we are in a bubble. None of that matters when you use this system. None of it fucking matters. Literally none of it. I don't go by what they call a pullback. I don't go use what they call a correction. I don't go by what they use for major corrections. I use the triggers as my pullbacks, my corrections, my major corrections, my bear market, my bull market. And that has been more fucking true since the day of the stock market than anything they're pushing on you in public. You can just look at the chart and it tells you. So if we pull back, we have pullbacks to the hourly trigger. We have corrections to the daily trigger. We have major corrections to the weekly trigger. And we are in a bear market. We're in a crash to the to the monthly trigger. And we're in a bear market whenever price is underneath that monthly trigger. And that is the only fucking truth. No matter what they tell you, no matter what percentages are, no matter what the stretch is, none of it matters. It really doesn't. And you can use this on every fucking stock out there. If you start to change that mentality, it gets so much easier. Than the 50 and the this and the 200 day and the this has to happen and oh my god, the RSI is too much of this and that. All that shit is out the fucking door. This is what the fucking hedge funds use. This is what they do. This is the system that they use. They do it in a few different ways, but this is what they do. This is what the street uses. They don't tell you as a fucking retailer that. All that shit that you're consuming in public is not what the fuck they do on the street. I'm telling you. This is the kind of shit that they watch and do and trade on against. Your life will become way easier in the markets. It'll change your life. And so when you're hearing people out there telling you like we're in a bubble, we're not in a bubble, this has to be a bubble, the numbers say this has to be this and this has to be that, all that shit, just every week I'm like rip that shit up, rip that shit up, rip that shit up every week, in and out, month in, month out, every week. And I'm telling you, it'll change your life. You start looking at this stuff on like a larger scale. You're like, holy shit. They're like cyclically buying and selling and accumulating and distributing. And you can see it clear as day. It's so easy to see. At any rate, I'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You guys have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. You got the outlook. I gave you a couple alternate counts inside the Discord. In the Discord, I gave you some alternate counts for a nice low into OPEX and all that kind of stuff. You can see where they're going to try to sell the market on November 1st. You can kind of see. You can see it on the other charts that I showed you with the multi-frames on one page. You can see the 2 times they're going to try to correct the market in October and November. And you can see it right before they even do it. You can see this shit. So now I don't know if they're successful or not, but you can see what they're going to try. Or other trader or other hedge funds and banks and shit will try to go against that. So the guys like Marco. He's wrong, by the way.